certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show! Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show!
Good morning and welcome. I know what you're thinking. Why was there all that wall of audio just a second ago? Well, I don't know what we listened to on Rumble last night during the evening show, but I must have unmuted Rumble. And it was, you were listening back to the show being broadcast in real time. Welcome. Long live the real king, it says in the intro there. Long live the toe. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. Johnny's here this morning. Hello, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Just never fails.
What? I had the mic muted. Sorry.
No, not the mic muted. Not that part. It's just...
What? I'm not enough energy? What, you want me to come in juggling fucking sparklers? What the hell
It's
do I gotta do?
always funny to me. I don't know. It's always funny to me when I'm like, I start the show, I'm like, all right, here we go. Sup? Like you're.
I didn't even what's up. I just.
I'm
Hey,
like,
how you doing?
I'm like the class clown. I'm like Johnny's in the leather jacket, you know, or the leather jacket, and he's like,
Yeah, I'm Fonz over here. The definite
Sup?
letter.
What's up? What's up, man? How you doing? And I'm like, hey, you ever watch me juggle? And Johnny's like, juggling's for gays, bro.
You are handling balls.
All the time, man. All the time. We have such a great, goddamn, amazing, incredible show. That's funny. Sam Show says make him do it again. No, because if I make him do it again, he's gonna be a dick about it. He's gonna go over the top. I know him too well. I'm not gonna do take two because then I'm just gonna be embarrassed. He's gonna make me look ridiculous. And a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous. She was the best piece of ass I ever had, and I've had them all over the world. Wait, what was it? No, and just to show you I'm not a hard-hearted man, and that it's not all business. She was the best piece of ass I ever had, and I've had them all over the world. Now you get the hell out of here. And if your boss tries any tough stuff, you remind him, I ain't no band leader. Oh, yeah, I heard about that story. Waylon with $1 says, first dollar.
Let's do it for Johnny, man. We'll do it for Johnny.
There we go. Sam Show says, you already look ridiculous. Johnny couldn't make it any worse. Bullshit. Challenge accepted.
I could.
Couldn't make it worse? Let me tell you something. There's something I learned back in old 2024, which becomes more and more ancient history by the day. It can always get worse. But it is always darkest before the dawn. Hulkamasha Baby says, juggle, no. But fumble marriages, yes. I mean, a couple. Big fucking deal. 2.
Like other people haven't.
You understand, like, we live between 80 and 100 years. And if I'm done fucking up marriages, I only dicked up 2. And like, okay, one of them, my fault, totally, 100%. The other one was a fucking drug addict.
I mean,
what do you want from me? I mean, maybe not to enter a polyamorous hedonistic lifestyle. I mean, I guess that, you know what? Fair.
that would have helped.
Yeah, well, you know, maybe forestalled the inevitable, you know?
Oh, that's where it is now. It was inevitable.
Yeah, maybe if somebody hadn't introduced us to the old white powder, maybe things would have been different. That is kind of funny to listen to a guy go, "Oh yeah, she was great. I loved her." Really? Because like if you love someone, you don't get them hooked on drugs and then just use them. You know, it's not really something you do if you. I mean, I look. Far be it from me to teach someone else about love, but when you love them, you usually don't get them hooked on coke just because you're lonely and miserable and need someone to do coke with. But you know, hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
There, but for the grace of God, go I.
Well, I mean, you know, mistakes were made.
Mistakes were made by some. Who knows? Where does the buck stop? Who knows? Charger with $10. Oh, thank you very much, Charger.
Stop dipping into your ketamine stash. Put down the bong.
Thank you, Charger.
I always want to grab a bong for that clip.
$10 says, tried to send this at work yesterday. Didn't work, so I got to donate before I leave the house. Enjoy. Well, thank you, buddy. I like that contribution because that and Brian giving us $20 before the show even started today.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
That's going to put us at $300 even for the day. So, Johnny, we're already at the 7 o'clock mark.
Nice.
Here's what I'd like. Let's just get to 200 by the 7 o'clock. Let's turn the 8 o'clock mark into the 7 o'clock mark. Let's just do that. You know, I don't mean to brag, but
here we go.
But the evening show crowd, holy shit. I mean, they're already like almost halfway through their goal for tonight. Like,
nice.
They're kicking it in the ass. So here's what I say. Go ahead and throw in before work today. You know? Go in and
guarantee a full show for them.
Let's do it, man. I mean, we're already at 300. That's like the perfect jumping off point to 200.
Yep.
And if we get to 200 by 7 o'clock, I mean, fuck it. I mean, it's what, 6:05? We barely started.
Yeah.
And we have a crazy-ass show for you today. I sent Johnny the prep sheets, and those were already good. Then there were like 3 or 4 other clips that I found throughout the night because one of my favorite things to do when I got some downtime, scroll Twitter, and now I have my For You section, curated perfectly, and it just sends me banger stuff for the show.
Nice.
And when I sent you the show, did we already have Rachel Maddow's response to Joy Reid's firing?
I don't think we had Rachel Maddow's response. You had Joy Reid up there.
Oh, we're not doing the Joy Reid one. The Joy Reid one's done.
Oh, wait, the Joy Reid one was
evening show. That was evening show.
Yeah.
We got the Rachel Maddow. This happened last night during her show, so obviously I hadn't sent it to you yet.
Yeah.
She excuse me, I swallowed my spit. Yeah, it's healthy.
Normally he just spits.
It's healthier this way. So, Rachel Maddow had her response to the Joy Reid firing, and oh boy, is it something? As the kids say, it's a bit fire.
Okay.
As they say. Rachel Maddow, by the way, makes shitloads of millions of dollars. You could cut her loose and save a lot of money. But MSNBC thinks she's this superstar. So we looked up her ratings last night. She does 2 million viewers on a good night. Hannity, the next show, the show that's on Fox while she's on, is at like 4.8. So MSNBC has this idea that, oh my God, Rachel Maddow's amazing. She's incredible. She's this unbelievable tour de force of political commentary. She does less than half the viewers of her competition. Gutfeld and the Five almost triple her numbers.
Oh, no.
So I don't know where this idea comes from that she's amazing and she's incredible and she's this superstar. I mean, she's got tallest
theory that she must know something on somebody that kind of keeps her protected.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that, but yeah.
But she's got tallest midget syndrome like a mug. Packer says everyone at MSNBC is either gay, lesbo, black, or a woman. If Rachel is angry, she could give up her position for Joy. Well, no, it's not a matter of she's taking Joy's spot. MSNBC doesn't want her. Like Rachel Maddow could offer Joy Reid her spot until the cows come home. MSNBC would be like, no, we don't. It's not a matter of not having a spot. They had a spot for her. They had a primetime
spot away from her.
Not my spot, your spot, liver spot, dog spot. They took her spot. So no, there's no way that she could have saved Joy Reid. 191 Redbird with $2 says, here's to your fat KF word ass choking on the last $50. What a cruel thing to do, to send money and then go, and I hope you fail. That's a mind fuck.
It's weird.
That's what that is. That's a mind fuck. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate the generosity. We're at $300 to start the show. Like I said, we had Steven last night as we take a look at the board, the WHMH 101.7 Top Donations board. Steven dropped in $190, says it was his first time donating to the show. And what a donation it was. He knocked out the evening show with one swipe of his broad axe. And then we had Adam Simon at 86. Ron K dropped in $69 last night. So half this board right now is evening show folk. That's pretty wild. And then Gray Duckling in fourth place at $58. So there's the top four. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. And again, if you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships and gifted subs. Lots of gifted memberships yesterday. Backer says, yeah, this is exactly what Redbird did. Here's some money. Choke on it, KF word. I mean,
maybe he was referring to the coughing over the last donation?
Well, look. Thank you for the contribution. That hurt my feelings, though, that last part. That's it. Go ahead and throw in, like I said, here's my mini goal, the mini game for this hour. All of you chip in, and let's get to 200 by 7 o'clock. That would be wild. All right, I got a couple of quick hitters this morning, and then after these quick hitters, we can jump into some stuff. You're a man of a certain age, so you are, I'm guessing, a Boy Meets World fan.
A little bit, not that much though.
I was a big Boy Meets World guy. I'm a little bit younger than you. I'm a huge Boy Meets World guy. I was watching Boy Meets World when I was in elementary school and middle schooler. And I just loved, the sexual tension between Corey and Topanga. And then finally, they start dating. Are they doing it? I don't know. I think they got pregnant. I can't remember. Hell, I can't find it. To hell with it. But following the love story of Corey and Topanga. And then later, Eric and the redhead. Do you remember the redhead Maitland Ward from Boy Meets World?
I didn't stay on that long.
Well, she was on kind of the final couple seasons, and she was Eric's love interest. And or was she Matthew Lawrence's love interest? Look, I can brush up later. The point is, the tall redhead Maitland Ward in the last few years started doing porn.
Yep.
And she jumped in with both labia. Oh, my God. Did she just go ham when she got into the business? I mean,
ham bone.
It wasn't like she's going to do some self-pleasure videos, secret touching yourself in the library shit. She dove in twat first into a pool of cock. I mean, she swung for the fences. But put it this way, as an actress, she throws herself into every role. It just so happens now her role is...
She's a character actress, and her new role is being a whore.
Oh, my God, and she does it so well. So then that put all of her Boy Meets World people kind of in a weird spot. And they started that... Remember they tried that Girl Meets World show a few years ago?
Yeah, that I never watched.
Well, they tried to do a spinoff. And
How much did you watch?
And as they do that spinoff, they tried to get all the cast members to come back, at least for a cameo, right?
Right.
The Maitland Ward one was a little weird for a lot of them because she was a porn hoe.
Oh, God, that was, a porn hoe.
Yeah. And apparently she was treated a little odd on the set.
Can't imagine why.
Right. And one of the people that she thought were weird towards her was Danielle Fishel or Topanga. The great Topanga Lawrence. And I guess they do a podcast now because why the hell not? And the podcast they do is talking about Boy Meets World, talking about the show. It's Will Friedle, who we all know and love, the great Will Friedle, and Topanga. They do a show together. And they had Maitland Ward on as a guest. And I guess the girls just could not conceal their tension. And it blew over, and we got ourselves a podcast fight. First of all, what is it about porn that turns women into dead-eyed whores? Is it just all the cock?
I guess, I don't know what it is.
Because you take a look at Maitland Ward now, and that's just, she's a dead-eyed hoe. I don't have another word for it. Danielle
It definitely looks that way with the overshadowed eyes.
You know what Danielle Fishel looks like? She looks like a mom. She just looks like a normal mom, aging gracefully.
Giant mouth.
Whatever. Maitland Ward, burned out by cock, is what she looks like. So they have themselves a little and I don't know about you, Johnny. I love myself a little podcast fight.
I mean, I'd like it more if it was on a camera. It looks like we don't get that.
No, yeah. It's just audio. They're old school. It was a 90s show. And you know what it was like to try to stream video back then? Damn near impossible. So Topanga and red-haired chick, I still can't remember her name on the show. They have it out. And when I was listening to this yesterday, the tension I had listening to it was, oh my God, they won't just say we're awkward around you because we're embarrassed. We're embarrassed that you do porn. We're embarrassed that you're just a cock slut at this point. And it's just, you're watching it and you're going, just be honest with, like, a lot of
Just tell them it's the porn.
Yeah.
I think she'll understand.
A lot of girl fights, they won't tell each other the brutal truth. They'll kind of tiptoe around it and dance around it. And you're just kind of listening to it going, just say she's a hoe and you're embarrassed. Just say that as as Danielle Fishel is trying to keep the flaming embers of her career alive, maybe associating with a girl who does gangbang butthole porn isn't exactly the best look PR-wise. And so you tried to keep your distance on the set. This is the clip from the show Pod Meets World. Look, they didn't spend a lot of time on the name. But this is Topanga versus Porn Girl.
Maybe a more broad, general question for you is, do you hate us?
No.
So that's Topanga, as I hope people know. That's Danielle Fishel. She wants to know, hey, Maitland, what's the deal? What's the deal with you and the cast of Boy Meets World? Do you not like us?
You hate us?
No, I don't hate you.
Okay.
I don't hate you. I think that you hate me because you wouldn't speak to me on when we would go to Girl Meets World and everything. And
Okay.
that was hurtful. That was
Okay, I wouldn't speak to you?
No.
I did talk to you.
No, not really.
I don't feel as though I was not good with you, but
This is such a fucking chick fight, dude.
Just saying, I'll be like, look, I didn't know how to go up and shake your hand because I just saw the last dick you took.
I mean, it's just, I was worried you were going to kiss my cheek when I said hello. And, I know where those lips have been. Probably minutes ago. But it's such a chick fight because it's like, are you mad at me? I thought you were mad at me. You didn't say hi to me. You didn't say hi to me. You understand guys can play like a whole round of golf together and barely speak a word, and they're having the time of their life?
Aaron, you haven't said hello to me and noticed everything about me that's changed.
Yeah, and it's
This
just
is shit.
like the response to that would be, when did you become gay? I mean, so just this idea that women are like, she didn't say, like, women get their brains running. When someone doesn't say hi, they don't think about the other person. They just
think about them.
They
What do
think
they do?
about them, and their brain starts going. Like, she didn't say hi to me. Do you think she doesn't like me? Do you think she hates me? And like, I've had this conversation with so many women where I've just been like, no, she's probably
Maybe she just forgot.
Yeah, she's really fucking busy, I'm guessing. Like, I'm guessing she's,
maybe they're doing stuff. I don't know.
you know, maybe she's got shit to do, and saying hi to you wasn't high on her list of priorities. She doesn't dislike you. She doesn't hate you. She just didn't have time to say hello. And also, what's with the goddamn value of hello? Do I know this person? I know this person. Do I like this person? I like this person. Do they like me? I have reason to believe they like me too. Hi is not important.
Did they have some important topic to discuss? No, then you guys are fine.
Yeah. One of you is thinking about dick. The other one of you is busy running a show and starring in a show. So yeah, hi might not be. Could you? I'm just put it this way. Could you imagine someone having this conversation with Daniel Day-Lewis?
No.
Like Paul Dano going on a podcast and saying, we were on the set of There Will Be Blood and you didn't say hi to me. It's like, well, guess what, bitch? Now I drink your milkshake. Like, but you didn't say hi to me when we were on the set? Jesus. It's like women value a phony hi over genuine silence. And that's a big difference between men and women. Women will get an obviously phony, over-the-top hello, and they're happy with it. If someone is genuine and likes them and just doesn't have anything to say and doesn't say hi, that will fuck them up. They will go, why didn't they say hi to me? Whereas guys, a phony hello is awkward. It's uncomfortable. It's weird. Versus genuine silence is like, we were having a good time. Whatever. We didn't really need it. You know, I have people I've been
We were
good.
both doing the thing.
I have people I've been really good friends with since I was in elementary school. Cannot tell you what they do for a living exactly. Love them. Best friend. Been in their wedding. You know, I mean, talk to them on a regular basis. Cannot tell you what their work is.
Somebody said they were close to me?
Right. And you know what? It's fine. And if I told that person that, they would laugh their ass off. She didn't even say hi to me on the set. All right, let's see where, and this is the uncomfortable part about this, because we all know that Daniel Fishel doesn't want to say hi or be seen on set, on camera around Maitland Ward much. She's career cancer because she's a porn whore.
I definitely didn't have a relationship with you that was like, oh my gosh, my long lost friend, Maitland.
But
I was working.
Fun.
It was a very, very difficult set. So you don't listen to the podcast regularly.
So see right there, that sounds completely reasonable. Even though I know her real reason is because she didn't want to be seen around the whore.
It was working. It was a very difficult set. Why did she ask the "Do you hate us?" question though?
Because Maitland Ward's been talking shit in interviews and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Maitland Ward's been talking some shit, but like passive aggressive chick shit, not like hardcore straight up shit. So you have and also Maitland Ward could have responded with, "You think you have a rough set? You should see my asshole after mine."
You think you have a hard shoot? I have to hose down when mine's done.
Someone writing in, he slings trash, Aaron. Your friend slings trash. No, he doesn't do that. It's something to do with insurance. I don't know. He does something involving insurance. And then I'll talk to him and I'll be like, hey, what is it you do? And he'd be like, I do this and that. And he goes, you know. I said, I thought you did something with insurance. And he'd be like, I have insurance through my work. That's it.
That's what I thought about.
That's what I was thinking. You have insurance through your work. I knew it was.
I remembered something about.
I knew it was something to do with insurance. That's for sure. So
you are a horrible friend.
Maitland Ward and Daniel Fishel, the fight continues. So Maitland says he didn't say hi to me. Topanga says I was really busy. The real thing is Topanga doesn't want to hang out with the cum slut.
But your overall opinion of it is that we are negative about Michael and Ben and the show.
Be honest about this.
Wait, Michael and Ben.
You're way more into the show than I am.
Michael and Ben. Ben Savage, but it wasn't Ben Savage. What's Ben Savage's brother? What? Who was Boy? There's Boy Meets World and Wonder Years. What was Wonder? Fred Savage. Wait, so it would be Ben Savage. Would be Boy Meets World. So they're negative about Ben Savage. Who's Michael?
I have no fucking idea.
Fuck is Michael? God damn.
Out, Mike.
I just know you got the Nazi dad from American History X, Mr. Matthews. Hold on, I got this, Johnny, because this is gonna stick in my head. Michael, Boy Meets World. Who the fuck? Oh, writer and producer. Okay, Michael Jacobs. Okay. The writer and producer, Michael. And then Ben is Ben Savage. Or, no.
Podcast regularly. But your overall opinion of it is that we are negative about Michael and Ben.
Yeah, okay. So, but negative about Ben Savage. Like, could there be a bigger nobody nowadays than Ben Savage?
I didn't realize he was in the first show.
He was the star.
Yeah, I didn't watch much of it. Like I said,
You didn't watch it. If you don't know Ben Savage, you didn't watch any of it.
I watched like maybe 2 or 3 episodes, man.
Oh,
it was
man.
like, oh, this isn't fun.
And the show.
Be honest about this. You're trying.
So you legit know Will Friedle from the Batman voiceovers? Holy shit! I say Will Friedle, you're like fuck yeah, and most people only know Will Friedle. They don't even know him as Will Friedle. He's Eric Matthews.
I like the.
And then you know, but dude, he's Batman Beyond. Like he's not even Batman.
Dude, Batman Beyond was a good show. It was like it reinvented it a little bit, okay? Like the kid gets the abilities, but Batman is now the butler, but he's also like the mentor. It's kind of cool.
Dude, you don't know Boy Meets World and you know Will Friedle. That's a deep cut right there.
Michael and Ben and the show.
Be honest about this. You're trying to go at me now to get the ratings because you know that people will be interested in
Maitland.
I don't want to go with you guys. I just want.
Maitland, if I want to watch you get fucked, I'll turn on your last movie. Thank you very much.
Maitland.
Remember good times.
No, Maitland, sorry. I'm not the one who wanted to go for ratings. I'm the one who texted Will to ask for your phone number so that, like adults, we could have a conversation off the air.
Oh, Danielle, don't you understand? Porn chicks are all mentally ill and desperate for attention.
They're going to want the camera.
They're going to want the camera. They don't want, they want to do it on the air because they just, the mentals aren't there. Danielle, you're not, I'm sorry, Topanga. You thought you were going to be having a conversation with a calm, rational being. No. This is a woman whose brain is 9% cum resin.
Dude, her most recent load was taken in front of a live studio audience. Like, you're going to have to do this one in front of people.
Ooh, how about that? Applause and laugh tracks during pornos.
Dude, that could make them really awesome.
That would be interesting.
When you said rock the stats, I realized, got it. This isn't someone who's seeing an opportunity to, again, use this opportunity to get into the ratings. So this is
like a whore. Who would have thought?
She wanted to see what she could get out of it. Weird. It's a business transaction.
Yes, but why did she sit under the podcast with her mouth open and tongue out? I don't understand that part.
Nobody asked you to bring a Sibian.
So this is what you asked for. I wanted to write you a text and say, can we talk about what our feelings are?
Genuous. Have to be reminded that you unfriended me from Facebook. And
oh my fucking God.
Here we go.
Jesus.
And you deleted your link to my MySpace.
And we're not on Friendster anymore, and you unfollowed me on Twitter, and oh my, you don't like my Instagram posts. Oh my God. You don't follow me on TikTok. That's because there's cum in most of them. Jesus. You unfriended me on...
You won't subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Yeah. You don't watch any of my pornos. I just feel like we're not close anymore. Oh my God. You know, this is a classic girl fight. They cannot bring themselves to mention what the uncomfortable reason they don't talk anymore is. They also, like, here's the other part about it. Who says you have to be friends? You were coworkers. How many jobs have any of you left where you had people you talked to on the job, and after you left that job, you never spoke to them again because you were
but
just
you spend
coworkers?
all day being fake friends and being fake to each other on and off the camera, so you have to pretend it's real.
Okay, then you throw in on top of that the fact that Maitland Ward has been doing porn, and it's not exactly great for what's left of your career if you're Danielle Fishel to hang around the porn chick all the time. Lest you start doing, I mean, at their age, it would be GILF stuff, but, you know.
Ugh.
That after I wrote you a very heartfelt letter, and you know it was heartfelt.
Well, yeah, I hadn't read it until I heard about it in whatever year it was.
It was sealed in Lexington Steel's jizz. That's Maitland Ward's official seal.
Oh. The stamp is a mushroom head.
2022.
Yes, you didn't even care to look at it. So
Because it was in the graveyard. We
Okay.
weren't friends on
Okay.
Facebook.
Okay.
We were not friends on Facebook. It
Oh.
didn't come to my message. I hadn't read it until I was aware it existed.
It's such a, like, when it's so weird to listen to a fight when you know what the fight's about and they're just not doing what the fight is about.
Say it's about the porn.
It gets to shit like, oh yeah, you know, the Facebook message, and we're not Facebook friends, and we're not. Ugh.
Of course we're not Facebook friends. You have cock breath. What do you want me to do?
Your breath always smells like black dick. I don't know what to do. Honky with $1 says the youngest Winslow sister from Family Matters went schlong deep into porno too. I mean,
Look, when you're dealing with being on TV, you're not that far from being a whore. Based on what they make you do behind the scenes.
it's yeah. So I mean, to go the rest of the way, it's gonna
But don't be surprised when your friends get a little weirded out because you take dick for money in front of a lot of people.
Anonymous says, Aaron, do an early live check on the Savage Brothers. What?
Early life check on the Savage Brothers.
Oh, I don't know. I'm fine. Thank you. I know. I'm aware. Look at their hair. The Savage Brothers. I hope it's Randy and Lanny Poffo. It comes up. They have a band?
That's scary.
Oh, no. It's something different. The Savage Brothers are a different band. Sorry. Ben Savage gets the first Wikipedia page. I don't want to go. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing the early life section? Was born in Chicago, Illinois, to Joanne and Louis Savage, who worked as an industrial real estate broker and a consultant. His elder brother is actor and director Fred Savage, and his elder sister is actress and musician Kayla Savage. His grandparents were Jewish and from Poland, Ukraine, Germany, and Latvia, and Savage was raised in Reform Judaism. All right, you happy now? Wow, the Hollywood actor's a Jew. Holy shit.
Never see that happen.
Oh boy. Are you happy now that I went and searched that? Does that
Are you entertained?
Are you not entertained? By the way, I watched that speaking of Russell Crowe, I watched that movie with he and Ryan Gosling.
Is that the one where Ryan Gosling is like a sleeper agent of some sort?
No. Ryan Gosling's a private eye. And Russell Crowe is just like a hired rough him up guy. He's like not a hitman, but he'll beat the shit out of someone for
Muscle.
you. Yeah, he's hired muscle. I think it's called The Nice Guys. And I'd heard good things about it. People enjoyed it. I fell asleep. It was fine. Like what I saw of it was fine, but it didn't hold me.
Mm.
You know, it didn't hold my attention. Sorry
I
to
want
say.
your movies to cuddle you all the time.
I do. This one cuddled me a little too close. No, it was, SP and I watched a solid Lifetime movie last night.
What was the solid life?
Well, actually, it's funny you should ask. It was really crazy. So this woman was an architect, but she had a miscarriage, so she was taking some time off work. And her husband was still working, and he would come home, and she's been watching true crime shows and eating ice cream. And she was thinking about going back to work, so she starts going out and taking pictures of houses and stuff, rekindling the architectural fire, if you will.
Right.
And then she sees a house, and she took a picture. She goes back, she's looking at her pictures, and the window says help in it. Wow, right?
So now she's a private eye.
Pretty fucking crazy. So she's like, I got to go back to this house. When she goes back to the house, the homeowner meets her in the front yard. And she starts talking to the homeowner. He's very charming, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And then she looks up in the upstairs window where help was written, and a girl's face is in the window. Holy shit. The show starts off with a girl who was abducted 10 years ago. Just wait. So then she goes to the police and is like, you got to take a look at this. The guy convinces the police that it was these dolls, these lifelike dolls in his attic that his mother had. Okay? So it's one of those types of things. Well, she goes back a third time because she's, and the cops are like, it's totally fine. The cops they're off the case. So she goes back. She's like, I got to save these bitches. She's in the house confronting this guy, and all of a sudden one of the girls screams to try and get help. And she tries to run out the door to warn people and whatever. She gets kidnapped. They keep the three of them. There's 3 girls counting her, and they're upstairs in the attic chained to shit. And then one of the girls actually had a baby from this guy when he first abducted her. And like, she's got to learn how to live in their family and be respectful. Meanwhile, she's just trying to escape the whole time. One of the girls has Stockholm syndrome. Fucking crazy. Ask me how it ends.
You fell asleep.
Fell asleep.
Knew it.
Solid flick, though. Solid flick. You know, it was a lot of those Lifetime. I talked to a guy who makes Lifetime movies back when, you know, the arrests were happening and whatnot. And he was kind of letting me in on the whole process. And a lot of these Lifetime movies are ripped from the headlines.
Right.
You know, that's where they
take the overall premise from some weird story they read and they just built the rest.
Yeah. So this was remember Amanda Berry? The Cleveland.
Off of that?
Yeah, the Cleveland girl.
Oh.
That got abducted and like that guy had her for like 10 years. It's based on that. Same one. Eaton Clam says, enough. I'm starting to lactate. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I apologize. Hey, boys and girls, I'd really like to have a good day today. We had an amazing evening show. The evening show audience is fucking crazy. Yesterday, we knocked out the morning show goal. It's going perfect. It looks like the evening shows are going to go gangbusters this week. I'm very excited about that. Why don't you guys help us out? Throw in a few bucks. We had Brian throw in 20 early this morning before the show started. But since the show started, we've knocked out $5. Let's keep going. Let's get this down to 200 by 7 o'clock. Let's stay an hour ahead today. That would be really great. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rant, Super Chats, whatever. Just $5, guys. Just $5.10 from everybody. And let's call this thing a win right off the bat. I like being ahead, and don't get me wrong, we're ahead by a few minutes, but I've just noticed, especially, you know, early in the week, getting ahead usually leads to falling behind at some point. So I don't want to remind you, but if I could remind you, let's rally up, let's stay ahead on this deal, and then we can just do a show. Off we go. We got a couple of small clips, and then today we've got the Rachel Maddow meltdown over Joy Reid.
Which I am dying to see.
And then, to be honest with you, I saw this yesterday, and I went, I want to revisit this. I think it's good to revisit this rant like every 3 or 4 years, and I think it's probably been about 3 or 4 years since we've looked at it. Remember when we all thought Tom Cruise was crazy when he went on the Today Show and started talking about pharmaceuticals and mental health and all that shit?
Mm-hmm.
And we just thought he was crazy because he's a Scientologist and they're wacky.
Right.
Time has proven Tom Cruise was right.
Or at least a lot more right than we want to give him credit for.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Cruise, at the time it was Ritalin, but now it's Adderall, and he fucking nailed it. and the media was in the pocket of the big drug companies. And we wanted to be on Matt Lauer's side of the Tom Cruise interview because we didn't want to be a crazy Scientologist like Tom Cruise. But what we didn't realize until COVID, really, for a lot of us, was that the media was in a worse religious cult than the Scientologists might have been when it came to pharmaceuticals and shit. Before we do that, I have two really quick clips I want to play. I love them both. The Breakfast Club had my girl Jasmine Crockett on yesterday.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I heard about this.
I love Jasmine Crockett, man. She is fantastic. She's black as she's black, and she's black, y'all. And she's on the floor of I always call her the Black Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know?
Yeah, except she's way better looking.
Oh, Jasmine Crockett's a pretty girl. And but she's fiery, and she says what she wants, and she's not professional, and she doesn't have that congressional demeanor. She went on the Breakfast Club to black it up with Charlemagne. And, you know, Charlemagne kind of busted her balls on a couple of things. And I think this was the best example of it. I got to say, if I had to pick my favorite guy who's associated with the left, you know, Bill Maher and Jon Stewart are up there, sure. But Charlemagne's quickly becoming one of my favorite guys because he may be associated with the left, but I think his politics is really more no bullshit. I don't think I've ever watched Charlemagne the God give a take that was like one of those pre-packaged right or lefty takes. Like, what do they call them? Talking points. I've never seen him deliver a talking point. Every time Charlemagne seems to have an opinion, it seems to genuinely come from him and him alone, and not something he saw on the internet or TV the day before. So this is Charlemagne talking to Jasmine Crockett about government waste.
There is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, though.
I'm not going to say that there's a lot. I'm going to say that it does exist. I'm going to say that it exists. I don't think that there's a lot. I think.
So why are we so in debt then?
We're in debt because we decide that we're going to reduce the income.
What? The fuck's she talking about?
Charlemagne says there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government, which I don't even know. Like, you'd have to be so up your own side's ass not to agree with that. I would assume that all politicians agree, or not all politicians, all people agree that we're way too far in debt and we waste a lot of money. You don't think they spend $4,000 on a toilet seat, $10,000 on a hammer, do you? So when you have a politician go, no, I don't think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's
I think it exists, but I don't know about a lot.
Well, that's one of those you've got to be fucking kidding me things. You know? Like, you've got to be shitting me.
After what we've learned recently, absolutely.
By the way, the DOGE clock is up to $135 billion. Nice. So, and then Charlemagne goes, why are we so in debt then? And this is a classic, like, to me, this is a sign that you're a hopeless liberal. When you go, well, it's because we decided to cut the income. What she means by that is taxes. What she's saying is the reason we're so in debt is because we've cut taxes too much. We let people keep too much of their own money. We don't take enough of their money.
What the heck? Why did my screen just change with a third join?
The hell is that?
I don't know. It's another screen that joined the thing. Like, I'm not even controlling this because my view's not on.
That's interesting. Why don't I why don't I well, that's fascinating.
Under participants, you might be able to choose who
There
gets
we
to
go.
be here. Yep, there we are.
There we are. Perfect. And good. There we are. So we have I almost said Tiffany Henyard. Destiny. No, goddamn, I always forget her name.
Destiny's Child.
Not Destiny's Child. Jasmine Crockett. So Jasmine Crockett goes, I don't think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. And Charlemagne goes, why are we so in debt? She goes, well, because we have an income problem. You'll always hear Democrats say that. I hear a lot of people in Minnesota government say that. They'll say, well, we have an income problem, not a spending problem. And
No, you have a spending problem.
well, but I always ask the same question too. All right, so if we don't have a spending problem, give me the number. At what point would you say we have a spending problem? And they can't answer that. Like, there's never an amount where they would go, oh yeah, this is what it would be.
Well, in Minnesota, I don't think they can even play that argument anymore. They're like, oh, it's not a spending problem, it's an income problem. Bullshit. You had a $17 billion surplus. You obviously didn't have an income problem. And then when you saw that you had a surplus income, you went, you know what we need to do? Spend it into a deficit. Clearly the issue is you.
Well, here, luckily we have the U.S. debt clock, and we have an easy way to check this. So She says, well, we cut the income.
Okay.
Meaning we don't take in enough money. So why don't we go back? So right now, federal budget deficit, let's go to here. U.S. federal spending, $7.2 trillion.
Okay.
There it is. $7.2 trillion of federal spending. Let's go to 2020. And let's see if we have a spending problem or an income problem. In 2020, U.S. federal spending was at $5.6 trillion. So why don't I do something? Why don't we go to the inflation calculator?
Okay.
We'll really nerd this up. Because Jasmine Crockett, this is a checkable thing. I don't like it when people just go on TV or a podcast or radio or whatever, and they spout.
You want to protect your new black princess. I get it. Go
Well, no.
for it,
I'm saying they spout some bullshit, and it's easily checkable. Why? The media should just be checking this shit. Like I said, You go to U.S. debt clock, you grab a calculator, you can do this. So she says it's because we cut the income, not that we raised the spending, that we're so far in debt. Let's go to the inflation calculator and go $5.606 trillion. Oh boy, do I have to add some zeros here. 3. So I'm at million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, trillion. All right. Initial year, 2020. That's $6.9 trillion in today's spending. So we've increased in real money about $100 billion. So I'm sorry. That is not, if you want to go back even further, we can go to 2016 where it was $3.75 trillion. The amount of spending has gone up.
The amount of spending skyrocketed.
100, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 million, trillion. All right. 2016. This is weird. So $3.7 trillion in 2016 money is $4.9 trillion in today's money. So federal spending since 2016
has inflated like a motherfucker.
Has gone way the fuck up by $3 trillion. So I'm sorry, it ain't an income problem. It ain't a we cut the income, we jack the shit out of the spending.
Look, and you can't see all the things that DOGE has found to cut and go, oh, no, it's an income problem. No. Condoms to Gaza? Income problem? I don't think so. And that's another one, too. Ukraine? Income problem? I don't think so.
We have some Zelenskyy shit today, boy.
Yeah, I know.
That guy,
up on him.
Trump getting elected has really kind of exposed what a piece of corrupt shit he is.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is a fucking asshole.
He's terrified of losing power in office because he probably won't be here long after he does.
Oh, my goodness. He is, he's the worst, man. Officially, he's the worst. The way he's, you talk about entitled. Oh, my God. This guy is the most entitled, asshole you'll ever meet.
We'll
We'll
have
get
the then and now thing too about him with
Yeah.
the money, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll get to that in just a second. Los Federales with $1 says, sorry, I'm late, boss. A woman came up to me and told me she would do anything for $50. Guess who just got their front porch painted? Attaboy. 191 Redbird with $1 says, we just found out the Pentagon is paying over $10,000 per 3-foot HDMI cable. Wait, you know what? That sounds like a joke, but it also sounds like it could be true. I'm looking that one up.
That better not be true.
That might be true. Pentagon.
Dude, I got like a fucking 40-foot HDMI cable in here that's like only cost me, I think, like $29 on Amazon.
Okay, I don't. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
An
Jesus,
ex-Department of Defense insider says that an expected DOGE review is sending shockwaves through the Pentagon. Steve Simoni says that they were spending $10,000 for HDMI cables that only cost $25 at Best Buy, and DOGE will find lots of waste, fraud, and abuse. So he wasn't kidding. $10,000 for an HDMI cable.
I bet you that HDMI cable came through some sort of supplier that is one of their friends, and it's just, I've gotten 8 million % markup.
Oh, hold on a minute. You know what? There we go. I'm a fucking tardo.
What did you do now?
Hold on a minute. I'll tell you in a second, but I just...
Okay.
How the fuck did that happen? I got to do a thing here. Give me 1 second. So, you know why? I'm surprised only one person tried this. Only one person was a smartass. So, as the PayPal link this morning, I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it got in there, but it would also explain why we've been PayPal dry this morning.
I put it together.
I had the Zoom link as the PayPal link.
He sent them the link.
Can I tell you something, though? I'm so proud of our audience because only one person tried it. Like, you guys are really sweet. Like, I had the fucking Zoom link as the PayPal link. And so that means that somebody clicked the Zoom link thinking they were contributing to the PayPal, and they ended up...
Or somebody saw the link and figured out what it was.
No, because if they were trying to fuck with it, they would have said something. They would have talked. They would have yelled something. But they didn't. Ace with 199, thank you very much, says, let's be honest, DOGE what cut Johnny? I think he means would cut Johnny. DOGE, I didn't know you worked for the federal government. You fucking narc. You fucking rat. You fucking
This is how
insiders.
these horrible rumors get started. First, it's the meat smuggling business and everything else. Now I work for the government. What am I? No, I don't work for the government.
Cocktiff says, too much lifetime. Wake up, Aaron. I have no idea how that happened, but here's what I know. I know that the PayPal link is now there. I've been sabotaging myself. $300 away from today's goal. Go
You're
in
now
there.
allowed to donate.
Go in there. Click that PayPal. And when you donate via PayPal, remember to ask for what do you call it? The Zoom link. When you donate via PayPal. Yeah. Because I booted someone from the thing. Zoom just sent me an email that says your meeting is at risk. No, the meeting's not at risk from anyone but me. I'm the reason that the Zoom meeting was at risk. Don't worry. I took care of it. Hey, do me a favor. Take over.
Oh, shit.
No, here's what I'm going to do. I should probably be starting a new Zoom link, shouldn't I?
Maybe.
Why don't I start a new Zoom link? I'll bring you back in, and then you're going to take over for a second because let's just say Daddy's got a tummy rumble.
Oh, boy.
All
okay,
right,
yeah.
hold on. Just give me 1 second. We're going to bring Johnny back in. here in just a moment. You're going to see some weirdness on the screen for just 1 second. It's going to get a little strange. What's going on? Let me send this over to Johnson. And then we'll, what the fuck? There we go. And now I will make sure that we don't have that as the show link. There you go.
There we go.
All right, man. Andrew Sun says the Streamlabs link is actually Aaron's social security number. Perfect. All right, man. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to be back as fast as I can. Fauci's Pangolin says Aaron needs to go poopy. Look, it's not necessary to say it. We don't need to.
Just go take your shirt off and do your thing.
While I'm gone, everybody throw us $100. Streamlabs,
That's
PayPal.
actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Now that everything's the right link, just go ahead and throw us $100. Show me that you're happy that I'm leaving. And then we'll go, we'll do that. Hey, by the way, while I'm gone, have this discussion. Somebody said on the members only show that I should go to in-ear headphones, that I look better without the headphones on. Discuss amongst yourselves.
That actually is not a horrible idea. Do they make decent in-ear headphones for this sort of shit? I don't know. I've never seen anyone use in-ear headphones that look good. Plus, how much can he do to improve that? And that Lily bitch is all worried about his appearance. Hasn't noticed I'm clean shaven like a newborn baby. I haven't done it in like 10 years. Haven't gone all the, like, I've always kept the chin or something. Now we're all the way down to the flush skin for one brilliant week, and then it's going to all grow back, and I'm going to probably, I probably want to have it come back. All right, let's pull up some of this. We covered all of that stuff we got coming up. I think, we haven't covered any of the Elon stuff yet. So I don't know where. Oh, we still have the Tom Cruise thing. That's why. That's why he's up there. And I don't have the new content he added. I love that he gives me the prep sheets like, here, read up on the show. And I'm like, we did, but I don't have the new stuff you added, sir. And I can pull up your guys' stream to see your chats. I should have done that sooner. Let's do this. I'm sure everybody's having a great time and not shitting on me constantly. That would be news. All right, over here. I'll be live today at 1 p.m. as usual. Tomorrow we have Digger joining the show as usual, so feel free to come over to Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Just Kidding LLC, where we'll be doing another show this afternoon and all week long. Oh, Jesus Christ, I have my audio on. No, Rumble must have reset their shit, because I never watched things on Rumble. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Johnny, says Sam Show. Great, Sam Show. Is, you want just empty silence? Sure. I'm really sure you're concerned. All right, we got the meeting thing and the post. I don't need the post one. Okay, I got to get the other one. It's disgusting, Johnny Chester the... What? Who has Chester the... You look terrible today, Johnny. How dare you show up to work looking like that? I look terrible. Part of the problem is I'm zoomed in on a camera and then stretched out on a screen. Like it's not a flattering camera angle, man. I can't help you. I'm sorry. All right, you're too sexy for this show, Johnny. I don't agree with that. Eating clams. I don't agree with that. All right, let's get the YouTube. Oh, he's back. I thought you were still going to be a minute. Are you okay? Did you survive?
That was necessary evil. If they were to name a movie after what just happened, they would call it There Will Be Blood. No, I'm just kidding. That is not what they would call it because there was no
Somebody tore their sphincter.
Dude, if there was blood in my shit, I would shit my pants. Well, I mean, I would be shitting my pants. But oh my God, would that be terrifying? That's like, in terms of realistic things or in terms of like life things that could happen to you, seeing blood in my shit is one of the most terrifying concepts I can think of. I mean,
so how many times has that happened to you that it terrifies you so much?
Oh, never. No, I'm saying it would scare the shit out of me. You know, I don't know if you know this, but bright red is a skin tear. Dark red or brown is internal bleeding.
Yep.
Just so everybody knows. Everybody, I try to help. It's my biggest thing. All right, before we get back to the Tom Cruise thing.
Done a lot of research on this one, huh? Is it out of concern, or did somebody do some Google searches because they had a rough night and maybe an extra?
No, it's just something I know from around the way, is that, the colors of blood in your shit and what's harmful. All right, here's what I need from you guys right now. I need donations. I need to get this thing down. We have not made very much so far today. We are still ahead, technically speaking, but I wanted to stay ahead today. I wanted to get to that 300 number by 7, but then since it was like 6:05, 6:10, I was like, let's just keep going and let's get to 200 by 7 o'clock. That clearly didn't happen. So let's get to our number by 7:30. Let's try to get to that 200, and let's be very happy with that and have a great Steel Toe show. So far, it's been great. We've had Boy Meets World girl drama. We've had Aaron had to take a shit, and we've had Aaron gives out the Zoom link, and the audience, being the great professionals that they are, only one smartass tried to get in. That's refreshing. So as a reward, I'm going to put the new Zoom link in the chat. No, let's do this Dan Crenshaw clip before we get to the revisiting the Tom Cruise thing. Apparently, Dan Crenshaw, who looks like, he's part colonial representative, he's decided that the criticisms he gets from Tucker Carlson, he's decided to take them personally.
Okay.
Dan Crenshaw strikes me as the kind of guy who's a little too high-strung for politics. Remember when Dan Crenshaw came in and everyone thought he was like super based and he looks like a pirate and that's fucking awesome and he had all this goodwill? Well, what happened was a lot of people who liked him found out that he's just a warmongering military-industrial complex cunt. And people like Alex Stein, Tucker Carlson, and others, and Alex Jones have called him out for it. Now, he's one of these people who thrives on people loving him. He's one of these politicians who's got the illness of he needs the love and affection of the people. And when he doesn't have it, he gets a little fucking crazy and spiteful. In this clip, we find out that he really doesn't like the shit that Tucker Carlson's been giving him.
Oh, boy.
Here's Dan Crenshaw with some asshole.
Have you ever met Tucker?
We've talked a lot. If I ever meet him, I'll probably kill him.
Whoa! We've talked a lot on Twitter. If I ever met him, I'd fucking kill him. Now,
that's
look,
a little extreme.
I'm a dude. You're a dude. Everyone's a dude. Thank God. So we all know what that means. It doesn't mean that Dan Crenshaw's literally going to take Tucker Carlson's life if he sees him.
No, but he might punch him.
That's a figure of speech. I'm really pissed at that guy. I really don't like that guy. I'll fucking kill that guy. That doesn't mean you're actually going to kill him, but it's a jarring thing to hear. Especially, again, if you're Tucker Carlson, like a guy sitting there going, if I ever see that guy, I'll fucking kill him. Now, Tucker's Tucker, and I feel like Tucker Carlson would see that and go, ha ha, I got him. Tucker's kind of a dick like that. But just these people criticize you. And it's amazing to me that people who run for elected office, a job that's predicated among getting people not to dislike you,
people are gonna hate you no matter what, though. You can't make everyone happy.
They have such a problem with people criticizing them. A job where you're going to be in the public eye and every move you make is going to be scrutinized, and then the minute somebody criticizes you or doesn't like you, I'll fucking kill them. You know who the perfect politician would be?
Who?
Me. A person like me. Who takes criticism and just goes, ha, better than me? Nobody. Nobody in the world takes people not liking them and kind of thrives off of it.
Donald Trump actually kind of does, too.
Donald Trump and I have very similar personalities, and we have very similar haters. Mentally ill, broken children. And we take criticism the same way. People go, I fucking hate you, and be like, oh, then I must be doing something right. Dan Crenshaw hears that somebody doesn't like him. Oh, if I ever see that guy, I'll fucking kill him. It's like, Dan, take it easy. Take it easy, Dan. Like, take a breath, buddy.
It's not how we make friends, my friend.
But well, Tucker Carlson responded to this on Twitter, and Tucker said, "Hey Dan, if you ever want to come on my show, we can hash this out face to face." I think that's kind of a cool way to handle it.
How did Dan respond?
Yeah, he sent a bloody horse head to Tucker's bedroom. I think he got the message. We got a bunch of donations rolling in. Let's say our thank yous here, real quick. Oh, shit, Ryobi, I'm so sorry. I don't have the phone hooked up. Give me a second. Hold on. We're going to get Ryobi hooked up here.
He must have forgot Tuesday end isn't.
I've got Ryobi here. Ryobi, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, are you going to finish the story, or are you just going to leave it at Crenshaw running his mouth?
That was it. It was an 11-second
You
clip.
realize there's a lot more to the story, right?
Well, shit, fill me in. I got this on Twitter while I was going to bed last night.
Okay, you missed it all.
Oh,
here's what happened.
Educate me, please.
So the British guy, when he posted that, he said, "Well, I laughed it off like Crenshaw was just kind of boasting." And I said, "You're kidding, right? You're joking." And Crenshaw goes, "No, I'd really kill him."
Real? Oh, so he wasn't.
So, yeah, no, he doubled down on that, and the video got posted to Twitter. And then,
so is there a longer clip than what I have?
No, but there's more to the backstory.
Okay, all right.
And so then Tucker goes, "Well, you're a daisy if you do.
Yeah.
Why don't you come ask me for my address?"
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I missed that
called him
part.
out.
Yeah, you're right. I missed that part where he goes.
That's the important part.
Yeah, I know. Tucker said,
says,
"Why
"Well,
don't
then come to my house, fucker?"
I saw Tucker leave the tweet like, "We can talk this out face to face." And then, yeah, you're right. He did say, "I can give you my address." So basically, he did a combination Doc Holliday, Tony Stark, and Iron Man 3.
Yeah, pretty much all in one.
Yeah.
And then the video was taken down from the British journalists. So the internet, not we, sorry. The internet is kind of thinking, well, maybe he got bullied into taking it down. And that's why everybody else is posting it, because Dan Crenshaw is now saying, "I never said that," but it's on the fucking tape.
Yeah, you said if I ever see him, I'm going to kill him. Yeah. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt because, like, guys talk like that sometimes. But he had a chance to take it back, and he's like, no. Like, I'd murder him.
Correct. He had a chance, and he doubled down.
All right. Well, I mean, sometimes when you look like a supervillain, you got to talk like one. All right. Well, thank you for filling me in with the backstory. That is important. And I did know about the address thing. I forgot about it. Thank you.
You got it.
All right. See, that's why we have our on-the-scene reporters on this program. All right, let's go to some of these fine folks. Ace with $10. Hey, wait a minute. That puts Ace at $60. Ace is now officially in the top 4, right under Ron Knitska. Ace with $9.99 says, "Hey, Tukey, I'm the type of loser that supports the toe." Oh, is Tukey jealous of people who give money to the toe? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I triggered a puppet. How do you... That poor puppet, he got the shit beat out of him by Chad Zumach, and... I got to say, it's weird, these guys who are in that Dabbleverse. It's so weird being in a one-way war, where people are like trying to start a war with you, and you're just kind of like, "Yeah, kid, go play with your puppets." And it's just like,
I don't really care.
Yeah, it's like, "Yeah, I'm at war with you." It's like, I have this Don Draper elevator syndrome with all of these side characters where they're like, "I'm gonna fucking get you," and I'm like, I don't think about you at all. So I apologize to the puppet. I declare war on the Dabbleverse, says Ace. The Duke is after me. Who's the Duke? Who would the Duke? Of Owls from Rockadoodle? That was a bad dude. Shuley betrayed me, and Old Man Brennan has lost his mind. Well, hey, there's your Dabbleverse update for today. I didn't know any of that.
Ooh, I can give you a supposed Brennan update from yesterday. What was it? numero uno Josh Denny fan or
yes,
whatever.
big fan of the
kept
show.
popping into my chat saying like, you got to get over onto Rumble and help Brennan figure out how to take Rumble rants. And I'm like,
oh, I had somebody emailing me yesterday too saying, you got to, apparently a bunch of people were telling him, you got to go to the toe can help you and blah, 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 blah.
Like, I don't know dick about it. They send
Rumble's,
them in. I set up my account stuff. Like,
Rumble's not difficult.
Yeah.
All you got to do is you get Social Stream Ninja. And you're fine.
Oh, for pulling him up on the screen. I think he wanted, I don't know, something about taking Rumble rants. Like he didn't know how to set him up or something. I don't know. Or if it was pulling him up on the screen, then it was the Stream Ninja thing. I wasn't going to suggest that shit. I don't know anything about that shit. I keep mine up through an app, and I don't have Rumble up on my screen, so.
Oh, and thank you. Did I read King Kong Dongs, or did I just bring it up on the screen? Oh, $1. He says, Nick demonstrated the blood stool samples for Aaron while both shirts were off. Hey, Los Federales says, Aaron, why don't you ask Johnny about Digger 316? What's Digger 316?
I don't know. Somebody made up a name and is claiming to be a donkey.
Austin 316 says, I just whooped your ass.
Yeah, Digger 316 is just somebody's side character. Los Federales said yesterday that somebody left him a donkey and that he's like, I'm going to give it to you, boss, or whatever. And, like, he keeps thinking he's my boss. So,
okay.
And so he's claiming that I have a donkey, which I don't.
What does that have to do with Digger 316?
He decided to name the donkey Digger because he thought that'd be funny. And since Digger 420 was already in existence, he went with Digger 316.
I mean, you got to give him that. It makes a lot of sense.
Right. And so now in the chat, occasionally there's somebody named Digger 316. I don't know who that is.
Okay.
But he claims it's the donkey, and maybe it is.
Maybe it is. Rocky with $25 over on PayPal.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you to both of you. That's 45 after all that off the goal. Hey, boys and girls. You're at $255. Did I say 200 by 7:30?
I think so.
Let's do the other $50. Let's get to 200 by 7:30 and get closer to another win for the toe. Boys and girls, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, and whatnot. 255 away from this morning. Keep it going. Another win for the toe. All right, enough of all that bullshit. Let's get to the main event. It's time for the rap to rap. Name it.
I don't know it.
Name it. Somebody. I'll wait for Rumble on this one.
Yeah, they can name it. I don't fucking know.
It's time for the rap to rap. I'm a raptor. Doing what I can. Gonna eat everything till the appearance of man. Yo, see me. I'm living below the soil. I'll be back, but I'm coming as oil.
Fuck that. Now I am remembering it. Shit, that's from a movie.
Please welcome James Brontosaurus. Dun, 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 dun. I eat wood. Dun, 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 dun. It tastes good. Dun, 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 dun. No meat. Big feet. I eat wood.
Damn it. I'm like, I can't think of where that's from, but now that sounds familiar. Shit.
Thank you, Frostalicious, and Give Me Tips. Mrs. Doubtfire.
Fuck, that's been a while.
Yeah, the
God
scene
damn
where...
it. See, if you'd done the Figaro one, then that one I would have recognized.
Atifatuna. Oh, shit. No, I watched a Robin Williams movie yesterday afternoon after I was done editing audio and cutting and posting and everything else. I watched, was it Man of the Year? No. What's the one where he gets elected president?
God, I want to say that's
Man of the Year?
I think that's Man of the Year.
Okay. Dude, you got Walken, you got Lewis Black, you got Goldblum, you got Laura Linney.
I love the ending line of that movie too.
What is it? I didn't get to the
when
end.
He's back in this, when he's in the studio again after the whole thing gets straightened out and he's no longer president. Spoiler alert. So
Because he got elected because he was only on 13 states, but he won all 13 states. But it turns out that the electronic voting machines that got the contract for the nationwide election malfunctioned and made him president.
Right. And he could have ridden that wave and kept his presidency, but he chose to expose the whole thing, and they did like a recount election and everything. And that was all great. It was a fun part at the end where he's like, don't trust voting. He's doing like his closing, like Bill Maher final thoughts thing.
Yeah.
It's like, don't trust voting machines that have less of a soul than something or other. And he's like, and remember, politicians are like diapers. They need to be changed frequently and for the same reasons.
Oh, yeah. I think that was Man of the Year. All right, let's go to the Rachel Maddow thing. So yesterday.
He never did Tom Cruise.
I've got that one next.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what the spacing was.
Yeah.
All right, so Rachel Maddow.
We got Rachel Maddow now. So we got this weekend, Joy Reid gets fired from MSNBC. Universally, almost everyone is absolutely tickled about this, except some of the people on MSNBC and, of course, Joy Reid. So Rachel Maddow decided to take her audience, which is less than half of Hannity's audience, but for some reason MSNBC thinks she shits gold bullion. She decided to take up for Joy Reid and insinuate that MSNBC is fucking racist. Now remember, MSNBC, this happened in radio a lot. MSNBC got a new president. They got a new director. And that director wants to clear out the deadwood and put in their own people, right? That's what happens when radio stations get new program directors. They want to wipe out everybody, bring in their own people. So one of the people they wanted to get rid of was Joy Reid. Now, everyone thinks that Joy Reid had these terrible ratings and they were awful. Rachel Maddow on a good night has 2 million people watching her. You know what Joy Reid had in prime time?
What's that?
1.6.
So they were actually rather close.
It's not that much worse than Rachel Maddow, but MSNBC thinks Maddow's a draw and Joy Reid's ratings are shit and she needs to go. By the way, thank you to Carlos Ramirez with $5. Says a little something for the best movie references on YouTube. The Independence Day ones are the best, though. Well, I've got one right here. Yeah. Johnny, hold me. I'm doing Independence Day lines, but I'm only doing Harry Connick Jr.
Now, I can't think of how much more does he. Can you remember his sermon that he does in the sky when they're flying in for the first time?
We are gathered here, the Black Knights. I can't. He does a Jesse Jackson speech. That's all I know.
Yeah.
Why we are on this particular mission, nobody knows. But what I do know is that on this day, the Black Knights will be victorious once again. Amen, Reverend. Hey, man, they're never going to let you fly the space shuttle if you're married to a stripper. I think I've knocked out all of the Harry Connick Jr. lines of Independence Day.
Yeah, because he didn't get much time in the movie. They killed him pretty quick.
They killed Harry Connick Jr. They wanted him to sing, and that was it.
Right?
Let's go to Ace with another $5. Hold on, let me make sure I'm keeping track here. Ace is only $4 away from moving into third place. Ace with $4.99 says, as your new Jewish manager, you will never miss a goal again. I'll send over the contract. No need to review. Boring. Legalese. Just sign and return. You know, Johnny, it's so nice to have managers that just take care of that boring shit for you.
Right? And they're just so courteous. They're like, don't even check into it. It's in your best interest.
Don't even look at the numbers. Don't even look at the terms of it. I've handled everything for you.
I wouldn't lie.
Wow. I really appreciate that, Ace.
You're a lucky dude, Aaron.
Sam Show says Ace is going to steal all your money and tell you it was your idea. Oh, well, no, I don't know. That just sounds anti-Semitic to me. Do you think Ace would steer us wrong?
I don't know. Ace has been incredibly supportive the last couple of days. I don't know.
You know what I hear?
Just a good soldier.
Here's what I hear. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
See, I keep resisting that. Every time you say Ace, I hear the rest of the jingle in my head. Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. I'm just like,
MGD with €5. you French whore, or English whore.
Yeah, that's English. That looks.
She's
like
an
pound.
English
I don't know.
whore.
Is the euro different than?
No, that's a pound.
Yeah, pound for pound.
I ran through 3 corny fucking English jokes and I let them all go. MGD with $5. By the way, she's the one who broke the news to me. You know who let me know? Well, MGD let me know that I had the Zoom link in the PayPal thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was Jake Hudson in the YouTube chat who let us know. I didn't even know Jake Hudson was still around, for God's sake.
Was it the real Jake Hudson? Or
It was.
like
There's
Jake
only one Jake Hudson, and it's a big, giant-headed fucking weirdo from Mississippi.
But there's Jake in the Hudson, and there's other.
Oh, don't we all wish for Jake in the Hudson? It's my favorite thing to order at Denny's, except when I'm with a cop. MGD with £5, which is what I'd really like to lose. Hey-o! Keep Ace sweet. He means business. Brother spent $20K on a threesome with Kate Meany. Did you get a shot afterwards? I mean, like penicillin. I don't mean did you get a chance? King Kong Dong says, I can't help but think that he's Ace Rothstein. Well, maybe he is. That would be wunderbar if that was Ace Rothstein. All right, thank you, guys. And even $250 away from today's goal. You're doing great. I say let's get $50 in the next 10 minutes, and let's just be way ahead. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Okay, Rachel Maddow on MSNBC taking 4 minutes of her show. That's a big chunk of time on one of these cable news shows. There's an old saying in business. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it. It's pretty rare. Time is money. And Rachel Maddow spent 4 minutes sticking up for Joy Reid. Let's watch the MSNBC ship explode in real time.
PM hour, all the other nights except for Mondays. So that's a big change. An even bigger programming change is at 7 p.m., 7 p.m. Eastern, where Joy Reid's show, The Readout, ended tonight. And Joy is not taking a different job in the network. She is leaving the network altogether. And
this is the weird thing about how this shit works. Technically, Joy Reid was not fired.
Okay.
They canceled her show, and then she left. So technically, they could have canceled her show and then kept her on contract and had her do other shit at MSNBC.
Like come in to other people's shows.
Be a commentator. I'm guessing take a pay cut, all of that stuff. And she opted instead to just fuck off and leave, which, again, MSNBC didn't seem too heartbroken about.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah.
But then I also feel very, very little to almost no remorse for Joy. Like, so they canceled your show and you walked out. Okay, fine. You guys each made decisions.
Yeah. I am going to ask you to jack your volume up a little bit this morning.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was talking quieter.
That's
there we
okay.
go.
Here we go. Here's Rachel Maddow and her very sensible male business-like haircut discussing Joy Reid departing the... Have you ever seen bigger comet eyebrows, by the way? You talk about a tail off. Holy shit. She can't decide...
Them puppies have been shaped.
She can't decide between butch and bitch, and it's all in the eyebrows, you know? The start of the eyebrows say,
Very butch.
Yeah, for the top of these eyebrows here say, I'll put laminate flooring in your basement. And but the tail end say, I'm just a lady. The hair says, I'll close a sales deal, but I also might help you stain your deck. I can't figure out.
Depends on the time of the month.
Her shoulders say pillow queen. Her Adam's apples say domineering. So I really don't know what to think with this Rachel Maddow fella.
That is very, very, very hard to take. I am 51 years old.
Holy shit. You know what? Can we do one thing? We never say anything positive about Rachel Maddow. Sipping the clam juice is really good for the skin, apparently. Is that not the way that I was trying to be sweet?
I don't know if that's as endearing as you think it is.
Can I try another way?
Yeah, why don't you give it another go?
All right. Here, I've got one. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I never knew scissors could be so good for your skin. What?
I don't. Scissoring has a connotation.
Okay, may I try again?
Yeah, you might want to again give this another go before we'll edit and post.
Okay. exercise is important to staying young.
That's good.
And apparently Rachel's daily sessions of slapping clam has really helped her appearance. Is this not good?
Again, you started out so well, and then we took a left turn. I feel like we're close.
All right, omega-3s are very important for skin care.
This is true.
Clearly, Rachel Maddow's daily regimen of eating salmon on a regular basis has really helped her stay young.
See, I feel like that sounds, but
it's a dietary commentary. I'm just going by the smell from her chair.
Oh, no.
God, a guy, this is why women are having so many problems in today's society. A fella tries to be nice. A fella, what?
I mean, you might as well just go up to her and say, hey, man, apparently the fountain of youth is rug munching. I don't think it's really the way it doesn't wear like
no. If you were chewing on flooring, it would be terrible for your appearance.
Right.
Yeah. No, I was just talking about she's clearly on a pescatarian diet. And it keeps you young and slender. Good for her. No, I meant to compliment her, but then it just turned into homophobic jokes. Right. She does look ridiculously
she looks really good for 51.
She looks better at 51 than I do at 38.
Go look at what's the other dude that he was on Bill Maher recently too. They say that it's her older version.
Chris Hayes.
Chris Hayes, yeah.
Chris Hayes, because somebody once made the, when it was Keith Olbermann, Chris Hayes, or when it was Lawrence O'Donnell, Keith Olbermann, Chris Hayes, Rachel Maddow, someone made the joke that MSNBC's primetime is a lesbian aging in reverse.
In reverse, yeah. And I don't think Chris Hayes is 51.
No, I don't think so either. Ace with $4.99 wants to clear something up. Let's do this. He says, MGD, I'm a fan, but you got me confused with another loser. I have never spent $1 on pussy. I think that's important to clear up for our audience, isn't it?
He felt it was, and it's his money. So
I mean, MGD accused him. Kate Meany's.
Yeah, that's a pretty staunch accusation, saying that he paid, and and let's be clear here, not just to get some pussy, but apparently he was in a three-way. So you weren't like,
well. And it's they're talking about Kate Meany, and like there's three very good examples in the last year of this kind of universe area of podcasting that'll show you what cocaine does to your appearance, and that's Rakeda, Kate Meany, and April. I mean, you look at like the before and afters of just a little bit of cocaine use on a regular, it was a lot of cocaine use, but in a short window of time, it fucking destroys you physically. I mean, it really takes a toll. It ages you. I mean, you do cocaine. I mean, I don't know. The people I was around were doing it regularly, daily, throughout the day, multiple times a day, 7 days a week for just 4 or 5 months. And I mean, with Nick, it was multiple years, according to his admission. It was, 2 years of just regular, constant using of cocaine. It ages you fucking terribly. I mean, Kate Meany, too. Kate Meany
I'm glad I'm not on that stuff.
Kate Meany looks like a goddamn Halloween costume.
I haven't been paying attention. I didn't think she was that attractive when I first saw her. I don't know at what point of the arc she's in, but if she's gotten worse since then,
I don't know. It's I believe the great poet laureate Rick James once said, "Cocaine's a hell of a drug." Believe. 2:45 away from today. We got 4 minutes to drop this thing down to $200 for our fun little rally we were going for. Let's see if we can knock that out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. All right, I got sidetracked by lesbian jokes. Let's get back to Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow just informed us she's 51 years old, which distracted the shit out of me because I will give Rachel Maddow a compliment. She looks fantastic for her age.
Very hard to take. I am 51 years old. I have been gainfully employed since I was 12. And
what were you doing as a kid?
Fuck were you doing at 12 years old? Well, she's a liberal. She probably could have been doing commentary for CNN. That's about the intelligence quotient.
Oh, she's probably delivering a newspaper. She was a paper boy.
Oh, you think she was a paper boy? That makes sense. That makes sense.
Well, I guess a paper Tom girl, but
And I have had so many different kinds of jobs, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. But
Maitland Ward's like, try me, bitch.
Stripper.
in all of the jobs I have had, in all of the years I have been alive,
they always fire black ladies. Oh, sorry. It's about Joy Reid, so I just figured maybe.
there is no colleague for whom I have had more affection and more respect than Joy Reid.
Ew. Well, then you have terrible judgment, especially for a 51-year-old.
Somebody's jealous about the field they can't reach.
Right. She got jungle fever. She got jungle fever. Honestly, if I were Chris Hayes, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, I've been sitting here on TV, minding my own business, behaving myself, giving lukewarm, liberal talking point takes, and you don't love me? You like Joy Reid more than me?
Well, he has a dick.
That's true. He's got an unnecessary appendage that she doesn't really see a need for. God, just, I mean, I always tell lesbians this, and they never believe me. You know, the real thing just feels so much better than latex. But nothing you can do. She goes, you know, they say, unless you can flip a switch and start wiggling around.
I love everything about her. I have learned so much from her. I have so much.
Especially that white people be racist, yo. That's the number one thing you learn from Joy Reid. Wow, these white people really are demonic. That Joy Reid's got a great point.
Much more to learn from her. I do not want to lose her as a colleague here at MSNBC. And personally, I think it is a bad mistake to let her walk out the door. It is not my call, and I understand that.
Let me ask this question. Okay, Rachel Maddow, I appreciate that she's being loyal to her colleague and her coworker and maybe her friend. Mm-hmm. But let me ask you this, Johnny. Like, since Joy Reid's been fired, has there been anywhere you've thought of where you've been like, oh, yeah, this place is going to scoop her up right away?
No.
Exactly. I can't think of one place that would benefit by having Joy Reid.
Actually, after the numbers you read off, if they canned Joy Reid, I'd be more worried about your own actual spot, Rachel.
Well, that's the other thing, though. Who's going to, like, what name is going to come to MSNBC that kicks a lot of ass and puts up numbers?
Unless the guy in the place is like, oh, I got this, like, not heavy hitter, but I've got this up-and-comer that I think will be great. And so he's making a spot for him now, and then he's just going to shuffle him up the line as things improve.
I mean, outside of, like, liberal podcasts, like, where are you going to find the talent?
I don't know.
But that's what I think. I will tell you, it is also unnerving to see that on a network where we've got two non-white hosts in primetime, both of our non-white hosts in primetime are losing their shows, as is Katie.
Well, what does that tell you? They're not as good as the whites at hosting shows.
Look, there are things they're better at that we can't do. Ever seen a basketball court? I mean, like, I'm just saying.
I mean, look, you look at MSNBC's primetime, there's a lot of white people. You look at the Minnesota Vikings receiving corps, shitload of blacks. I mean, things even out in the end. That's what I'm trying to say.
Fang on the weekend. And that feels worse than bad, no matter who replaces them.
That's a weird, Elon Musk talks about the woke mind virus, and I get it. He kind of overplays that shit a little bit. But, that is a woke mind virus thing where you keep score of, your workplace by skin tone.
Right.
Like, that's somehow equality. Like, maybe if you guys were more focused on people who bring in more than 2 million people a night, you wouldn't have to worry about all your friends getting fired. You're like, our primetime lost both of its non-white hosts. It's like, all right, well, I mean, Fox doesn't have any. They seem to be doing just fine. I mean, can we talk about the lack of men that you have? You don't have a lot of men on primetime.
Yeah.
So,
and the ones you do have.
When you go, hey, who's your most masculine host? And you say Rachel Maddow. I mean.
Feels
and sadly
indefensible, and I do not defend it.
Then don't.
But there's just one other piece of it that you should know. From your side of the TV screen, you will mostly see changes in terms of who's in the anchor chair. And actually, everybody who's going to be in anchor chairs from here on out are great colleagues and great at what they do. And you are not going to be disappointed in who's on our air and what you're going to be seeing.
Mostly because you won't be watching.
Right.
I tell you what, I promise you, the person that replaces Joy Reid, you are not going to be disappointed with her because you won't even remember what her name is.
Look, our sexist, racist company fired those black people, and I don't stand for it. But let me tell you, whoever replaces them is going to be great.
Well,
not that you'll know, but they're going to be great.
I'll tell you this. Maybe Joy Reid was right. All these damn whiteys are racist. They fired her.
They did make her point.
Yeah.
But one thing you cannot necessarily see is that the people who get our shows on the air, they're really being put through the ringer.
You know what I don't see, Johnny?
What?
Color.
Well, apparently you're not Rachel Maddow because she's got a scorecard.
I don't see color. I only see human beings, like Martin Luther King told me to.
She pulls out swatches every time a new employee starts here, just holds them
Isn't
up.
that weird? Like a Muslim comes in from like Gaza and she holds up a swatch and she goes, "You're just barely dark enough." It's the weirdest part about working at MSNBC. You'd think HR would have talked to her about that by now.
Dozens of producers and staffers, including some who are among the most experienced and most talented and most specialist producers in the building.
One more
specialist?
Most specialist? When did this turn into an episode of the Rugrats? Oh my God, she looks like Lil. Rachel Maddow is Lil from the Rugrats.
In the building.
I gotta look.
She's the most specialist. By the way, greatest insult in Rugrats history. I still use this one. If brains were gasoline, Phil wouldn't have enough to power a toy train around the outside of a penny. How about that? It's a good burn.
Extensive. I got to look up Lil and see how close.
Producers in the building are facing being laid off. They're being invited to reapply for new jobs.
Nice.
That has never happened at this scale in this way before.
That's because you guys, here's what happened to MSNBC. Here's a little insight outside of the jokes here. MSNBC was coupled with NBC. So, like, all the money that Law and Order made for the network,
right?
They would give some of that to MSNBC to balance their books. Kind of like how, you know, the WNBA loses money every year and the NBA takes some of its profits to balance their books.
Right.
Okay. NBC would give MSNBC money to keep everything straight. Well, they started a new media company. Comcast started a new company that decoupled MSNBC from NBC. So now MSNBC has to be profitable on its own. The reason they're cutting all these people, and this always happens with liberal-minded people. They never understand the X's and O's. They think all of this shit is personal. They never think of it as money in, money out, because a lot of them are used to working for government where you don't have to be accountable. That's why they're losing their mind that Elon Musk is asking them to show what they do in a regular work week. They think that that's oppressive. That's what most people have to deal with. So with Rachel Maddow, she's sitting there going, all these producers are being fired, all these other people, and they're being asked to reapply for their jobs, and that's never happened before. That's because you've never had to turn a profit. That's why MSNBC throws a shitload of money at you, and they somehow think you're good. You don't pay for yourself in advertising revenue. Rachel Maddow loses that company money, I guarantee it. But what happened was Comcast decoupled MSNBC from MSNBC, so now MSNBC has to make money on their own. They can't. So the new president of the company comes in and says, we got to start cutting people. We're wasting a shitload of money. We can't be spending Fox News money on personalities when we're doing less than half the numbers that Fox News is doing. So Rachel Maddow.
How long does it last then?
I think you got to, look, I'll be honest. I think you got to cut Rachel Maddow. I think you got to scour podcasts. I think you got to scour lefty progressive YouTube channels and shit and start offering people jobs. People that
Chris Hayes can't do it. He's a wet blanket.
Honestly, I don't know. You know who I'd make a call to?
Who?
Anna Kasparian.
Shit.
I would. I'd give Anna a call. I'd give the Young Turks a call. And see, I know that Cenk was on that network. He had his own show for a while, and he had lots of clashes with management, and he quit. You got to bring somebody on there that can draw an audience and will do it for a fraction of what Maddow will do it for, because outside of Fox News, The days of those huge multi-million-dollar cable news contracts are dead. They're done. They don't make the money they used to anymore. And I don't know if MSNBC ever made that money. They were coasting off Big Daddy NBC.
When it comes to programming changes, presumably because it's not the right way to treat people, and it's inefficient, and it's unnecessary, and it kind of drops the bottom out of whether or not people feel like this is a good place to work, and so we don't...
If you could draw more than 2 million people to the fucking TV screens a night, if you could do half of Hannity's numbers, maybe they wouldn't have to cut all these people. God damn it, man. The older I get, the more these liberals understand business less and less. And they sit there and they bitch and they complain about the consequences of the way they've been doing business. It's not nice. Well, we're not here to be nice, sweetheart. We're here to make money. Why do you think that you guys were pushing that vaccine? You think the higher ups were pushing that vaccine shit on you for all those years because you guys were just doing the right thing for the people? You're 51 years old. You're not that fucking stupid. They were doing it because they were getting paid to. It's about the money. You can't be 51 and be this fucking naive.
Generally do things that way. Maybe all of our folks, including most of the people who are getting this very show on the air right now, maybe they will all get new jobs here, and I hope they do. But in the meantime, being put in this kind of limbo, the anxiety and the discombobulation is off the charts.
You know, let me make a comparison here. When the writers were on strike, not this last writer's strike, but the one back in, remember, like 2014 or 2012, whatever it was?
Yeah, it was 2012.
The one that delayed a season of Breaking Bad. Jay Leno took money out of his own pocket to pay his writers when they were out of work. People shit on Jay Leno. I think a sign of growing up and a sign of maturing is admitting you were wrong about Jay Leno and he really was a good fucking dude while they were on strike. Rachel Maddow makes ridiculous money, more than she deserves from MSNBC. So Rachel, why don't you, since this is a dollars thing, why don't you offer to pay for these behind the camera people if they're such wonderful human beings? Why don't you go to MSNBC and say, hey, somebody, Johnny, look it up while I'm going on this rant here. What's Rachel Maddow's annual salary? Rachel Maddow could say something like, take $2 million a year from my salary and save 8 of these behind the camera jobs or 10 of these behind the camera jobs. Is she doing that? No, she's not doing that. What do you got?
Well, I'm not getting an exact
ballpark it for me.
They're saying, is MSNBC host worth $30 million a year?
Holy fuck! No way.
That can't be right. It can't be right. $30 million a year without a nightly show. Rachel Maddow, is MSNBC host worth $30 million a year without a nightly show? In signing Rachel Maddow to a new deal, MSNBC is effectively paying its biggest primetime star more money to work less. But industry insiders say that Maddow may still be worth an annual salary of $30 million through the 2024 election. This story was written in 8/26/21.
Get the fucking shit out. Yeah, here's 2024. Maddow, who rakes in $30 million a year, hosting Rachel Maddow just one day a week on Mondays, renegotiated for, so she took a $5 million pay cut recently, a year. So she's making $25 million a year to do half of Hannity's numbers.
And she only does a show, one night a week now, I guess?
Well, no, for the Trump first 100 days of Trump, she's doing 4 a year. Hannity makes the same amount of money as Rachel Maddow. And he does twice the audience. Now, he also has a radio show. He does $46 million annually. But for his TV show, for the same thing Maddow does, he does $25 million a year. Unbelievable.
Again, I feel like if you cared about those people on your staff, you sacrifice $1 million of that, they're funded.
I mean, I feel like, shit, you could take another $5 million pay cut and you could save everybody. You could save them all if you wanted to. But That's that liberal virtue. As long as I can sit here and bitch about it and sound sanctimonious, I don't actually have to do anything.
Well, that's all of them. AOC, make the rich pay their fair share. Well, you're making a bunch of government money. Well, the government should fix my abuela's home, not me. I shouldn't have to pay my own bills. I should be able to skate those. No. Everyone has to pay their fair share. Why don't you?
We got a little bit left here of Rachel Maddow. She's really getting into it now.
At a time when this job already is extra stressful and difficult.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You know who had it extra stressful and difficult? All those people who lost their jobs because of a vaccine mandate that you pushed and you scared people into. Those people had it stressful. Now, thank God they're going through the court system now. They're getting their jobs back. They're getting the money. But God, did it cost them a lot.
It is not news for me to tell you that the press and freedom of the press are under attack in a way that is really, it's a big deal for our country. It's very visceral for us here. I know that the business of the press is not an easy thing, and I know that no job is forever. But I think I'm safe in saying for all of us anchors who through the TV, please know that what pains us the most is not what happens to us. It is what happens to our coworkers on whom we depend and
spoken like someone
we do nothing to help.
Yeah, spoken like someone who makes $25 million a year. You understand if you paid me if they said $25 million, do us a show, gather us some numbers, I'd say, well, here's what you got to do. Make that a 1-year deal. Mr. Imholt, why are we making it a 1-year deal? Because after this, you're never going to see my fat fucking ass again. Because I'm going to take home $13 million after taxes. I'm going to invest away, squirrel away 10 of it, and then I'm going to play with the 3. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to live off the interest of that $10 million. That'll be my annual salary.
Who you don't necessarily know, but we respect and love them and depend on them. And did I mention we respect them?
You might have said that.
But we won't pay them.
But I won't make $20 million a year just to keep their jobs. Or I won't make $15 million a year just to save this fucking shitty network. She has half Hannity's viewers. She should get half Hannity's money. Hannity makes $25 million from Fox News. She should make 12 and a half.
Fox News does way more numbers in all other areas too.
But so she should make 12.5 million.
This is a difficult time in the news business. But it does not need to be this difficult.
Yes, it does. If you guys could draw flies to shit, then they wouldn't have to do this.
By the way, what's so difficult? Reporting the information? Because that's supposedly all you're ever supposed to do. And I don't know about last administration, but this one literally has no problem showing you receipts, paperwork, where they got their numbers. They have literally, you say, oh, prove it, and they do that. Whereas the last one was like, we're not going to talk about that.
You guys don't even have to get the shit you report right. It's a pretty gravy gig.
Welcome new voices to this place and some familiar voices to new hours. It's going to be great, honestly, and we want to grow.
Doesn't sound like it's going to be great.
You just spent the last 3 minutes shitting on it. It's really hard to turn that boat around now. You should pick a message in these little speeches before you give them. It's really weird to be like, look, this is shit. It's a hard time to do news. I'm pretending we're under attack, even though there's nothing to prove any of that. I get paid more than anyone. I'm going to boo-hoo the people behind the scenes who I care so much about. And then, but remember, guys, this is going to be great.
It's going to be like 3.5 minutes of my bosses are racist. They don't have enough people of color on the prime time. The news business sucks shit right now. It's awful. I hate it. Guys, you're going to love this next few months. I mean, we really got
your hands. Team on 3, everybody. Team on 3.
This is like you hosted the 9/11 or the Saturday Night Live after 9/11, and you sat there for 5 minutes during the monologue talking about how you're terrified of anthrax and a potential dirty bomb attack and everything else. And you're like, we've got a great show tonight. Christina Aguilera is here, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And succeed and reach more people than ever and be resilient and stay here forever. I also believe, and I bet you believe, that the way to get there is by treating people well. Finding good people, good colleagues.
That's what they're trying to do.
Doing good work with them, and then having their back.
But that's what they're trying to do. That's why they got rid of Joy Reid.
The biggest problem they have is that they're paying for you now.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Take it easy, Rachel, because now you've got your biggest target on your back. I mean, there ain't a lot of fat left to cut, Rach. Ace with $2 says, Toe is you had Rachel hair.
Oh, fuck you, Rachel.
Hold on a second. Toe is you had Rachel hair. You could get up to a 7. I don't know. Ace, I need you to clarify what that means. What's up?
Joy Reid's salary before the MSNBC show's cancellation, one of the highest paid hosts, earning $3 million per year for hosting the readout. Fuck you, Rachel. You could take a $5 million pay cut and flat out pay her salary and have 2 left over for her staff or yours. It's this whole like, oh, well, you should have your colleagues back. You don't, Rachel.
Did you say that?
Fucking lying cunt.
Did you say that right? Joy Reid made $3 million.
$3 million a year.
And Rachel Maddow makes $25 million a year.
She wants to talk about racial justice on her network.
I want to point out, Joy Reid did 1.6 million viewers a night. Rachel Maddow does too.
The network is still fucked over there. They should have cut Rachel. Though Rachel's absolutely right. Get your colleagues back. She's worth the money a hell of a lot more than Rachel Maddow.
You could fire Rachel. You could bring in the Young Turks for $4 or $5 million, and you could probably draw similar numbers, if not better.
And you're paying all those salaries that she's worried about for the people behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, dude. I'm officially with the person who gave me that conspiracy theory. She's got something on somebody over there. There's no way she's worth that much money. There's no proof of it. There's no. And if you look at the people they're cutting, it's like throwing drops of water on a raging fire. You need to cut the main source of the fucking.
I'm starting to think that maybe this MSNBC doesn't know how to run a network. Just a theory. All right, guys. I'm sorry if that went too long. I'm sorry if you didn't enjoy it. We were pretty dry during that time. I apologize. Chevy fan writing next story. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get it wrong. We're 245 away from today's goal. If you're glad we're moving on from that story, chip in a few bucks. Let's have some fun. 10 minutes away from 8 o'clock. We're about to fall behind, as we usually do. Maybe I need to change some things up around here. I need to pick some different stories and whatnot. I was fascinated by that, but I could be wrong. Go ahead and throw in a few bucks. Click that PayPal, click that Streamlabs, click that Venmo. We were kicking in the ass around 7 o'clock, and as usual, we've hit a snag, but it's nothing $45 can't fix. Get us down to 200. We're back on track for the week. Like I said, the evening shows have seemingly taken care of themselves. They are doing fucking great. I might even try that 6 o'clock new start tonight since we have such a small goal. Get people used to maybe starting at 6 o'clock. But right now we're 245 away from the morning. That seems to be the tricky one. Throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. And let's get that back down to 200 by 8 o'clock. I wanted to revisit this one real quick. The Tom Cruise Today Show appearance. Now, I'm old enough to remember when this happened. And I'm old enough to remember the immediate response from the American public, the people who saw it, was, holy shit, Tom Cruise is insane.
But this was also right after the Ellen thing, to put that into context.
He was where he was jumping on the couch. That was Oprah.
On the couches and
that was
stuff.
Oprah.
Or Oprah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, he was on Oprah. He's jumping up and down on the couch. He loves Katie Holmes. She's just the greatest. And I think this was around 2003, perhaps. And Tom Cruise is a proud Scientologist, and he's talking about mental health, and he's talking about drugs. And everyone called him a wackaloon, and Tom Cruise is crazy. And look, I'll give you this. Tom Cruise is like a kind of a weird guy.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we're about 20 years past from this, and we've learned what we've learned, and we've had all the experiences we've had, to quote CM Punk, tell me when he's telling lies. Let's go ahead and watch the debate between Tom Cruise and Matt Lauer and see where it falls 20 years later.
Here we are today, where I talk out against drugs and psychiatric abuses of electric shocking people, okay, against their will, of drugging children with them not knowing the effects of these drugs. Do you know what Adderall is? Do you know Ritalin? Do you know now that Ritalin is a street drug?
They made fun of him for that. They made fun of him for saying that Adderall and Ritalin are street drugs. I would argue that Adderall, between people 16 and 30, Adderall is probably the most popular drug there is.
Yeah.
I would argue that Adderall far and away probably even beats weed.
Oh, definitely. It's literally just under like Oxy and stuff like that. Like that's the worst problem is they started the opioid epidemic, whatever you want to call it, with the pharmacies and the doctors kind of working together. We didn't learn our lesson. Instead, we just switched to the kids and we went, how about we calm the kids down with Adderall?
And then, like, you look at the windows that opens with what we have with puberty blockers and all that shit now. Again, there are pivotal moments in history that you don't know you're noticing them when they're happening. The way the public responded to this Tom Cruise interview, I think, has become a pivotal moment in American history, because if we would have sided with Tom Cruise, I think we'd be in a better place than if we sided with Matt Lauer. This was back in the days where people thought the Today Show and these personalities on these TV programs actually had your back and they were informing you of shit. You should have been able.
Matt Lauer's just the greatest guy. He wouldn't lie to me. We got nothing wrong with him.
He doesn't have a.
That'll age well.
He doesn't have a button
Matt
on
Lauer's
his desk.
The right person for the moral high ground.
He doesn't have a button on his desk that locks the door behind you and then he makes you suck his dick. But you know, if we should have put two and two together back in the day. Here, there's a pharmaceutical commercial coming on, and then they're talking to Tom Cruise about Adderall abuses.
Do you understand that?
The difference is this was not
Matt,
against
Matt,
her
I'm
will,
ask,
though.
Matt,
but this wasn't
I'm
against
asking
Brooke's
you a question.
will.
Matt, I'm asking you a question.
I understand there's abuse of all of these things.
No, you see, here's the problem. You don't know the history of psychiatry. I do. All it does is mask the problem, Matt. And if you understand the history of it, it masks the problem. That's what it does. That's all it does. You're not getting to the reason why. There is no such thing as a chemical imbalance. I'm saying that drugs aren't the answer, that these drugs are very dangerous. They're mind-altering, antipsychotic drugs. And there are ways of doing it without that so that we don't end up in a brave new world.
Yes, there are.
You want to look at school shootings. You want to look at the, antidepressants. You want to look at all the psychiatric drugs that we're using now. It's having serious deleterious effects on the public at large, or in whole. And I mean, Tom Cruise is right.
Largely, yes. I mean, it's the classic, shoving marbles up your ass while you're spitting truth. It's hard to take you seriously at the same time. There are times and places where we do need to use drugs and people who do legit have a chemical imbalance that can't be straightened out. But the problem is we're using them way too much for way too many people. We've broadened the group that needs that into such a broad category. We're just slapping it on like a Band-Aid.
I don't know how many people need it for a chemical imbalance. I do think some chemical imbalances can be fixed through behavior and diet, and we don't fucking try.
Oh, absolutely.
We don't try. You could exercise more. You could eat less sugar. You could eat more bread. You could eat less bread. You could eat. Did I say more sugar? Less. You can eat less.
Yeah,
sugar.
More sugar. Yeah. Wow, dude. Wow.
In water.
Inside look to Aaron's diet in 3, 2, 1.
You could eat less sugar. You could eat less bread. You could eat less of all that shit. We all could. You could exercise more. We all could. But instead, they go, here's a pill. Oh, and here's the irony of it. For this chemical imbalance you allegedly have. By the way, can I ask you a question? And maybe this is an uncomfortable question for these people who believe this, but I believe I have the right to have it explained to me like I'm a 2-year-old. Do these doctors check for a physical? Do we get to see on paper or on a scan the chemical imbalance that they're putting you on drugs for? Or do they talk to you and then say you have a chemical imbalance?
In my case, like mine is measurable.
How do they measure it?
Well, just like levels of like serotonin and all that other stuff. It's well documented that those things have like repeatedly had issues.
What I'm saying is, like, again, I'm not challenging you. I want this explained to me.
I know, but I'm giving you my
dipshit.
only example. That's all I can say. Other than that,
what I'm saying is, how did they measure that?
There's blood tests and stuff to keep.
Okay.
to compare to like regular rates of other people. But I'm just saying in general, certain conditions, and that's, again, this is only my personal experience because I'm not a doctor, but certain conditions like mine, like my MS, for example, like, you know, I have MS and I've always told my doctors that's a lot of where my depression comes from, is not being able to do that stuff. And they're like, right. And something I've realized that they were right about over time is that even when everything's going great and I'm in a great mood, suddenly I can have really horrible bouts of depression, not wanting to do anything or whatever. It's no reason. It's just there. And I have to be treated with that slightly with medication. It helps make my day a little easier and a little better. But I also completely agree, even in my case, that they use medications too much and for too much stuff. And unfortunately, like I said, Tom Cruise is probably, I'd say, at least in this, 95% right about everything he said so far. I don't necessarily agree on psychology. I agree on psychopharmacology, though.
I'll say this. I think we'd live in a better world, and I think people would be healthier and better off. There would be a 5 to 10% chunk that would be in a worse place. But I think the majority of people who have been treated by doctors for mental health issues would be in a better place if we started from Tom Cruise's assumption that there's no such thing as a chemical imbalance. What I'm saying is how far we've gone now to the other side. If we went back to, like, it would be wrong to say there's no such thing as a chemical imbalance. But what I'm saying is if we went back to that, we'd hurt a lot less people than we've hurt by just putting them on drugs. Because I believe we've went further to the other side and hurt people. And if we brought it back to there is no chemical imbalance, you would hurt the small group of people that legit have a measurable chemical imbalance, but you would help all the people who don't or maybe just needed to exercise more, eat better, and they would be in a better place.
I think, honestly, overall, just the exercising and eating better is a huge thing that'll solve a lot of problems for a lot of people.
Like yesterday, we'll use yesterday as an example. I should have went to the gym yesterday. I didn't. I played a shitload of Grand Ages Rome. I went to the grocery store. I got some stuff. I played some Madden. I did clips, and I put stuff up on Patreon, and I got some other stuff ready for the show. But I had a woefully unproductive day. Did I have fun? I mean, yeah. But I should have gone to the gym. I would have been less bored. I would have been more active. It was a reasonably nice day out yesterday. Like, you can tell day to day when you're not active how it affects you. And on the days you are active, how much better you are.
Abuses. And yes, maybe they've gone too far in certain areas. Maybe there are too many kids on Ritalin. Maybe electric shock.
Too many kids on Ritalin. Matt.
I'm just saying. But aren't there examples where it works?
Matt, you don't even, you're glib. You don't even know what Ritalin is. If you start talking about chemical imbalance, you have to evaluate and read the research papers on how they came up with these theories, Matt. Okay? That's what I've done. And you go and you say, where's the medical test? Where's the blood test that says how much Ritalin you're supposed to get?
Right.
It's very impressive to listen.
I mean, a lot of people, and I know you've had blood tests and stuff done, but I know a lot of people who have never had a test done. And they've been told they have a chemical imbalance and they throw pills at them, especially kids.
Yeah. And like I said, he's right on that part where it's like they don't have a test for it. They decide how much Ritalin you have. I'm talking about something different with, again, just a secondary effect of my condition. But it's so, I don't know how they do any of that or where the test is for that because I have never taken them. But
better
I never
diet
put on that stuff.
Better diet, more exercise, less drugs would help far more people in America than pharmaceuticals have. Because I believe there's Adderall and antidepressants and maybe oxys, painkillers, the most overprescribed drugs in the world to people who not only don't need them, but to people who would have such a better outcome in their life if they were told to just change their lifestyle. The problem is doctors now lean on pills because we've become too sensitive. You can't tell people to change their behavior anymore. You used to be able to go to the doctor and he'd say, hey, man, you need to drop about 25 pounds. Now you're going to catch
fat. It's becoming a problem.
Now you're going to catch a complaint.
You have to be body positive.
Yeah. Or you go, hey, I know you're depressed. I know you've had these terrible things happen in your life. Go for a jog every day. Eat a little lighter, eat fresher foods, eat better, but you don't get a kickback from the pharmaceutical companies for giving that advice.
No.
There's not a monetary reward for doctors being good stewards of your health, but there is a financial reward for prescribing them drugs. That's a fact.
Listen to you because clearly you've done the homework and you know the subject.
And you should. And you should do that also because just knowing people who are on Ritalin isn't enough. You should be a little bit more responsible in knowing
I'm
really.
not prescribing Ritalin, Tom, and I'm not asking anyone else to do
well,
it.
you
No,
are,
but you're
saying,
pitching
no.
the idea that it's not a problem, Matt.
Right. Yeah. Tom Cruise is 100% right here.
I know some people who seem to have been helped by it.
But you're saying, but it's like this is a very important issue.
This is
couldn't
a very,
agree more.
and
you know what? And you're here on the Today Show,
right?
And to talk about it in a way of saying, well, isn't it okay, and being reasonable about it when you don't know, and I do. I think that you should be a little bit more responsible in knowing what it is because you communicate to people.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, like you said, what has time shown? Who turned out to be the more trustworthy person?
Right. And ultimately, like I said, he's not telling Matt that he's wrong. He's telling Matt you should do some research.
Right. He's not saying, Matt, you're wrong. He's saying, Matt, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Which might be a little more insulting, but perhaps a little more correct, you know? Thank you for the $5, Zen Man. He says, rally up. Another great quick interview with Tom Cruise. All right, let's check it out. Hey, guys, we need you. It's officially 8 o'clock, and we're at 2:40. We are behind. So go ahead and rally up. It's been a fun show, a good show. It's been moving. Throw us a few bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Again, that evening show audience, fucking crushing it. I barely need to ask them for money. Let's match that. Let's get it going. Let's throw in. There's so many more of you. We do 800 to 1,000 people every morning. That evening show doesn't come anywhere. They do like 300, and they're fucking crushing it. So go ahead, throw in, contribute. We got about 800 plus hanging out with us right now. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Click one of those links that's pinned to the top of the chat, and let's get this thing going, man. Let's not have a frustrating last 2 hours of the program. Let's kick it in the ass, man. What do you say? Where is that link that Zen Man sent us? It's another good Tom Cruise link. Oh. Yeah, here it is. Wait a minute. That's not what happened. I don't remember that happening.
He uses superhuman powers to kill her? Oh,
that
wow.
Tom Cruise is not a Sith Lord. This is not true. Guys, I was alive when this happened. I was a kid when that happened. I can assure you that Tom Cruise never murdered Oprah with lightning.
Right. He never murdered Oprah and then they replaced her with a body clone. That never happened.
That's that's a goddamn lie, if I do say so myself. That is
sure it is.
That's media propaganda. Tom Cruise has never hurt a hair on Oprah's head. All right, let's continue on. We got some Elon stuff to go over today, including foot sucking. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Oh yeah, I did.
The Trump sucking Elon's feet thing. We'll get to that. What we need right now is for you guys to contribute. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. If the show's not going in the direction you want, throw us something and give us a suggestion. We'd appreciate that. You do pay the bills. You are our meal ticket, so you should get a lot of say in the program if you contribute. Like a restaurant. The more you order, more of a say you get. So this is Elon Musk asked federal employees to come up with a list of things they do throughout the week. Progress reports, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you're doing, because the taxpayer can't run the company like a CEO. So somebody has to be there as our advocate to make sure that these people that we're paying are fucking working. Now, this received a lot of complaints from federal workers, and let's cut through the bullshit. I'll tell you why it received a lot of complaints from federal workers, because a lot of these
can't justify their job.
Because a lot of these federal workers can't tell you what they did in a week, and if they did tell you what they did in a week, we would go, holy shit, we don't need 3/4 of these fucking people around. They're just shining a seat with their ass. That's all they're doing. They're like Peter. Is that Ron Livingston's name in Office Space?
I believe so.
Like Peter, when the Bobs bring him in and ask him, what exactly would you say it is you do here? He's like, well, I just kind of zone out for a couple of hours, stare at my computer, stare off into space. And he's just very honest. You would see a lot of that at the federal level. And that's why they're mad. So this federal employee went on CNN yesterday to complain about Elon Musk saying, I can't fill out these progress reports. I don't have the time. How am I going to do this? Meanwhile, she was able to make a booking with CNN, get ready for the interview, and do a segment on television. But
she couldn't write an email in all of that time?
She couldn't email a progress report in to let Elon know what she was doing with her federal job. Let's go ahead and check this out.
First, just tell us about this email.
Oh, Sam Show, you know what? Turn the screen off.
Uh-oh.
It's got to fucking stop, man. I can't, because I'm a good boy. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not saying anything. It comes to me. It comes to me and it taunts me, and I'm supposed to not notice. This is my problem that I have. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to discuss it. I don't want to talk about it like it might be a thing. I want to call those people crazy. But then it just fucking shows up right in my face. And what am I supposed to do? Just awkwardly pretend it isn't happening? Jesus.
I don't know what you're talking about, Aaron. What are you talking about?
Women in the workplace.
Right?
Yeah. That's what
Curly
I'm talking
blonde hair.
And what it was like receiving it and what you all have talked about after getting it.
Sure. I got this email Saturday afternoon, about 3 p.m., and I felt absolutely infuriated getting this email with a demand within 48 hours to provide a response on what I did within the last week or face termination.
You have a week to tell us what you've been up to.
No, she has 48 hours to tell
Or 48 hours. I'm sorry, 48 hours to tell us what you did in the last week. And that's just, you can't even, but you can go on CNN and you can bitch to high heaven about it.
Right.
These spoiled brats, and that's what these federal employees are. They're spoiled brats. Mm-hmm. Did they not know that this is a commonplace thing in every workplace across America? That I'm not saying that you have to email exactly what it is you do, although a lot of places do. But your boss is going to talk to you every week and be like, if they don't watch you, if they don't see you, they're going to, hey, what have you been up to? Like,
hell, in a kitchen, they do that on the daily.
Yeah. Like, even when I was doing the advertising stuff for my show on 101, even when the live read spots were full and we had a waiting list, Gary would still call me and be like, what'd you do today? And I'd be like, I sent some emails. I checked in with some clients. I just looked at some leads that we could maybe put on the waiting list, blah, blah, blah. And like there was shit I could be doing, and he wanted to know. When you're paying the bills, you have that right. The taxpayers have that right to ask you what the fuck you've been up to. We're not harassing you. We're not hurting you. We're not aggressing against you. That's our right as the people who pay your fucking salary.
You got paid to do a job, so why can't you show anything you've done towards that job for the last week?
Because their job is redundant and unnecessary.
Yep.
This is clearly an attempt from Elon Musk to harass and bully and intimidate the federal workforce.
Asking us what we've been up to this week is now bullying and harassment. Hey, what'd you do from 9 to 5 last week? Stop hitting me. God, oh my goodness.
Dude, now it's going from laughable to angering me just because, like, dude, this is America. Can we not have pussies in our government, please? This is, you want to know what I did? This is abuse.
By the way,
Fuck off.
I can't imagine that this woman sees being held accountable as something she can use to make herself a victim.
Never happens. I don't know what you mean.
I can't believe that she would take that opportunity to make it look
I
like
literally
she's being
closed the Rumble
aggressive.
chat as soon as you brought this screen up. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Whenever you see one of these stories up on the screen, I cannot see the chat, and that's always a good thing.
Which is part of his broader plan to gut the federal workforce and privatize public sector services to ensure that corporations like his own can get more profit.
Oh, is that what it is? Which, by the way, let me say this. If you can slash the federal workforce, privatize the federal workforce, turn it into something profitable, and along the way, you save me trillions of dollars in tax money, I'm all for it. That's what these federal workers don't understand. They're crying and singing the blues, and we're looking at them going, yeah, we know. We're all for this. We understand
what this... your way. It didn't work.
And that makes me really angry. My coworkers as well.
First, just tell us.
So, but don't worry. She doesn't have time to fill out these I wish one of these news anchors would just look at him and go, hey, why don't you just do what they fucking asked you to do?
Yeah. Why don't you just do what? Well, and that's another great follow-up question that she doesn't appear to ask, at least in this clip. What exactly is your job?
Just here's what the media should go. I have a follow-up question for you. Why don't you just fill out the fucking paperwork?
Anyone that's had to deal with government for any prolonged period of time, from anything to getting your passport to driver's license to anything, can tell you, like, it's not fast, it's not efficient, it doesn't have its shit together, and it's kind of infuriating. It's like, my money goes to this, and now people, it's abusive, they want to know what work we're doing. Yeah, because for a lot of us, it doesn't seem like much is getting done.
Right. Bigot on Socialist Media says, do they just want to keep this up and do what they're doing and get the debt up to 50 trillion? They don't think about it. They don't. They just don't think. They don't care. 383 Novogain says it's called a progress report. I do it every day. That's what your raise is based on. Yeah, it's a regular being checked up on at work. Because here's what it is. In the private sector, the guy checking up on you, it's usually his money.
Or his job.
And he needs to make money to keep you employed and to keep the business running and to keep his own paycheck going. So he wants to know what you're doing so he knows he's getting maximum production out of you. The problem with federal workers is nobody's ever given a flying fuck because nobody's money is at stake. It's all just invisible shit. It's numbers on a computer screen. So now they're being asked to be held accountable for the money they're making, and they're angry because they know they've been getting a fucking gravy train ride this entire time, and it's about to stop. That's what it is. Klopogram says, Dear Elon, I slept till 9 a.m., took the dog for a walk, had breakfast, watched The View, had an hour with my therapist, and went for another walk. That's about it. That's about it. Doom says, how was your movie with SP last night? Oh, Doom, you came in here too late this morning. We already talked about the Lifetime movie.
You missed it, buddy.
You missed it. You absolutely missed it. You know what you haven't missed, though? We've officially fallen behind this morning on our goal. We have made, if you don't count Brian dropping 20 on us before the show started, we've made a whopping $65 this morning.
That hurts.
That stings. Bad. Thank you very much to Dive Bar for $5. Says, how many years has it been? Stoney's 30th anniversary. I can never read Johnny's shirts. Keeps me awake at night. Oh, no. I don't want it to keep you awake at night. You know what else makes it impossible to read Johnny's shirts is me putting your Rumble rant on. So there we go. There you
says,
are.
I love silly beavers. Oh, shit. No, my mic's in the way.
That means he likes fucking retarded girls.
No, it was from Silly Beaver Comedy.
Did that end, by the way? Are they? Yeah.
At Beaver Island Brew. I don't know what's happened. I haven't been able to get in touch with Jonah, so I don't know what's happened to Combat's Creations. But
I think comedy in general is kind of.
Well, Matt Doima took over the thing, so Beaver Island Brewing still does their comedy nights. It's just now Matt Doima's doing it.
I never see anything about it.
They put up he puts up a lot of stuff on local storefront windows and Facebook. But yeah, I haven't kept up on it.
I wonder how much longer that Beaver Island can stay open.
I don't
because
know.
remember
it's a
they
horrible location in my opinion.
remember they tried to launch their beer in liquor stores and shit, and that failed.
Didn't fly.
No, that didn't work out. So I wonder. Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 says, "Where are you and SP registered at? I'm thinking oven mitts or a toaster." I have a pair of oven mitts, and they're so perfect. And I don't ever want to, they've got little tears in them, my oven mitts, but they're perfect, and I love them, and I don't want to get rid of them. So don't get me oven mitts. It's not necessary. Not necessary. Hey, boys and girls, $230 away from this morning's goal. Let's go. Let's rally up and let's do this thing. $100 in a few minutes always clears shit up. That makes it real easy when it's $100 in a couple minutes. Throw in your money. See those guys who just threw in $5 effortlessly? All of you do that. We're free and clear. Don't you worry about it. Don't even think about it. Click the Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Throw in a few bucks. Let's get this goal down to a reasonable figure so the show is more content than it is goal talk. Roots Calhoun with $1.99 says, "Stop with the weed, Johnny, then you can wake up." Johnny, you want to address that? That feels like a cheap shot.
It is a bit of a cheap shot. No. See, if the weed were putting me to sleep, I wouldn't get more awake as the show goes on. It's literally a thing of my body doesn't sleep all the time. I wake up constantly. It takes a while for me to wake up. My legs are still stiff as shit. I had a moment where I spazzed out earlier today. You might have noticed where I flopped out kind of. It's just it takes a bit of time.
I need to do an endorsement, if I may.
What's that?
100% I'm on board with the powdered Celsius. I cannot endorse the powdered Celsius enough. It doesn't give me as much of a as the canned Celsius does. The canned Celsius is more concentrated. I drink it faster, right?
Okay.
Powder Celsius in this big Yeti.
You dilute it more.
It's a slow drip. It's like it's got me on an IV rather than, let's fucking talk some shit.
Yeah, and that's what this is compared to the pieces I use on my show. This is a little it holds a little tiny, a little toot.
People in the
I don't even want to bring the pieces I use on my show onto the screen.
People in the chat are saying that you're too into the reefers, is their phrasing. That you need to cut back on the reefers. I will say this. You cannot be nobody, and I don't mean this as you. I mean this about anybody, myself, anybody. You cannot be as sharp and as funny while on drugs as you are sober. That was often the cop-out about Mitch Hedberg or whatever. People were like, well, Mitch just had to do drugs to be funny. No, he didn't. He was a funny guy. And nobody is more funny as an artist or a creator fucked up than they are when they're sharp, because drugs do dull the edges. Drinking does dull the edges. There's people who say, I couldn't stream or I couldn't do a show if I didn't have a drink or if I didn't do drugs. Then you have a problem at that point. You have a serious problem. You have an addiction, and it's got a hold on you if you can't perform without those things, because I guarantee if you can learn to be comfortable in a performance without any mind-altering substances, you're going to be as sharp as you've ever been. 100%.
I agree with that completely. I just also, again, it's something that I can do, and it does take the edge off of me. I realize that, but it also takes the edge off of a bunch of other shit. Otherwise, I'll just be an angry, whiny bitch all the time. In constant, I'm in pain all the time. That's what I use this stuff for. It takes the bump off of that. But I understand, and I know that I pay a price for it. I also, if it was illegal and things like that, I wouldn't be throwing it up on stream and all that stuff. It's a legal medication, and when I don't have that, the doctors prescribe heavier ones.
Yeah, but aren't we good now? Isn't Minnesota good? Are we officially good?
Yeah.
Because there was that window where it was legal, but we weren't good.
Oh, yeah, no, we're totally good.
Can the regular stores sell it now?
No, the regular stores are still getting set up because the state of Minnesota is still designing the architecture of the growers, and the distributors aren't directly linked. We'll probably start seeing actual storefronts because people's licenses and things are still getting processed. Probably see actual storefronts sometime this summer, maybe this fall.
But the engines still got it.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Once it's legal in the state, federal laws don't apply on reservation territory, so.
Oh, I didn't realize. $230 away. We're fucked. Help us out. Let's go. Come on. Help us out. Maybe it's a bad show today. So now we're officially in the pity stage. We've made a whopping $70 today so far in almost 3 hours. This is a rough Tuesday. So it's officially pity time. I'll try to do a better show. We'll continue on here. Let's breeze through this Elon stuff because I feel like everything we do, it's just not working.
Right.
I think it's been a good show, but again, the money is what steers whether or not it's good. So now this is the new talking point on the Elon Musk stuff. We heard from that worker. Now we're going to hear from Minnesota Senator Tina Smith. Now remember, Tina's not running for re-election. And, you're going to miss this woman when she's gone because as you're going to see in this commentary, she's a hell of a leader. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. This is Tina Smith. The new talking point on Elon making these workers show their work is that it's harassment. He's harassing these workers by making them prove that they're doing a job. Let's take a look.
What went through my head was, in a weird way, that the White House seems to be taking glee in the outrage. Your approach is strong for sure, and that's
it's fun. We're watching people. Look, Harvey, Sam Show, stop. We're like, these people have been basically taunting us for the last however many decades and however many presidents. They've been taking our money. They've been abusing it. They've been wasting it. We're finding out how much they're wasting, and we're finally doing something about it. And yeah, when you hide the fact that you've been wasting this much of people's money, throwing their dollar on the ground, devaluing the shit out of it, mismanaging their funds to the point where it has real life consequences, when it starts hurting you back, we're going to feel good about it because you have been fucking us over with absolutely no remorse. So now that we're finding out how fucked over we've been getting and we're starting to do something about it, yeah, it feels good. So this woe is me, poor federal workers, poor federal government, all this shit, you have been bending us over and manipulating and taking advantage of us for decades, and we're finally doing something about it. I am so sorry that we're enjoying getting a little bit of control back. I mean, is that what Harvey does when, like, a guy gets caught on video beating the living shit out of his kids or wife or girlfriend? Does he go like, oh, man, all these people are taking glee in you being exposed?
No, he takes glee, too.
One of the criticism that people had of Democrats. You are not subject to that criticism, but do you think, in a way, it almost plays into their hand because that's what they want, it seems?
What I am noticing is just the massive support that my pushback is getting and pushback of other Democrats are getting, because people hate it when they see people being jerks. And
being jerks. I mean, this is just where I fundamentally can't identify with the Democratic Party. You're actively lining up against me. What am I?
Again, they're not being jerks. Show your work.
Yeah, I mean, you're actively lining up against my interest. You want to take all my money, and when I go, hey, I'd like to see what you're spending that on, you say I'm a jerk or I'm being a dick. To me, the only reason people do that is because they're hiding something or they know what the answer is and they know it's going to make them look bad. And I know that's what Tina Smith's doing. But, I mean, you line up against me and then go, why are you so Republican? I'm not. I don't want to support all these Republicans. I think they've got a lot of problems too. But when I ask them to go look into what's going on with my tax dollars, they don't look at me like I'm trying to finger their asshole against their will. I would always get permission first. Or at least eye contact that tells me it's inviting, it's warm, it's yours.
You know, I think when that email went out on Saturday, I had that feeling of like, damn it. Like, here is some guy who's got a ton of power, who's trying to use his power to make everybody's life miserable on a Saturday afternoon. And that experience.
Holy shit, federal employees. Welcome to having a boss. Welcome to.
Again, I'm tired of these people describing life for the rest of us and be like, this is so not fair. And it's like, motherfucker, this is how it works.
Right.
I keep being reminded of that line in Ghostbusters, like, you've never worked for the private sector. They demand results.
They expect results. Yeah.
that we all have had, anybody who works, you've ever had, of a boss who's just a jerk, who just, denigrates you, who mistreats you, who gives you a new job to do on a Saturday afternoon. And not only that, but this job would say, oh, by the way, respond, or you're going to lose your job. It's like
that's because you federal employees are such spoiled brats that if we don't use a threat, you'll just ignore it and not do it because you're used to doing that and there's no consequences for you. So
in most jobs, if they ask you to do something that is within your bounds as a job, you have to do it or they will fire you.
The ultimate power play. And it made me really mad. And I think it made a lot of people mad. And that, I believe, is why folks are so riled up about it. Well, I mean, seriously, you want to know what's going on in a federal government enterprise of millions of people? And
yes.
Yeah.
Very good. How about this is a problem, Tina? Why are there millions of people in that government enterprise? There should maybe be a couple 100,000, if that, in the federal government. The fact that it's millions of people is a problem too. But let's skip that part. You expect results. I mean, she's basically doing the Dan Aykroyd. So you expect results? You expect accountability from all these people? Yes, I do. I mean, they ask these questions rhetorically thinking it's going to shame us or stop us from asking. All you have to do is answer their questions with yes. You expect these people to fill out reports of what they did last week? Yes, it's my fucking money. I demand that they do. I'm not asking. I'm demanding that they tell me what they've been doing with the money I've been paying them.
so you tell everybody to send you an email to one email address by midnight on Monday. That is no way to run anything. And people can see right through that. This is nothing but harassment. It's nothing but...
It's not... Oh, God. I mean...
This coming from the people who will email you and call you 24/7 all hours of the day because they're running a funding drive and I really need your support because I'm running for office. And remember, government falls apart without you.
I'll be honest. Let's just look at what the... I mean, I wish the Democrats were this passionate when the IRS harasses people. Oh, you want to talk about
the FBI does it,
or the FBI harasses people, or anything like that? The American people get harassed and abused by their government on a regular basis, and I don't hear Tina Smith crying about it. But asking you to fill out a progress report of what you did last week, all of a sudden now, oh, these poor people are being harassed. Eat my tits. That's what I say. Chevy fan with $1 said Johnny's right. Just look at his boss. I demand zero accountability.
All right. I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom.
I just go, be there when I send you the link. That's about it. Good old JR says, what does the leaderboard look like? The leaderboard looks like this. Steven is in first place with $190. Adam Simon is in second with $86. Ron K is in third with $69. And Ace is in fourth with $67. Good old JR. That is what the leaderboard looks like. And right now we are $230 away from today's goal. We got an hour and a half left. And without a couple of rallies, whoo boy. Aaron's box says Johnny is basically a government employee getting paid for low energy pothead performance. What? Why is that always the commentary? Why is it always the low energy, the this, the that? Am I not enough sizzle? Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? I thought I was Mr. High Energy. Honestly, I thought when you guys thought of me, I thought you thought kind of like something like this.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Everybody.
'Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico.
What do they say?
I believe in Joe Hendry.
What?
I believe in Joe Hendry.
Oh, give us the breakdown. Wave your hands from side to side and say, all right. Joe, because Joe Hendry is so prestigious. Chevy fan says, Johnny is full of energy on his show. Oh, I love it when we get to snitching on people. I like this. Snitching on people. What do you mean? Johnny's high. So has Johnny got a lot of energy on his show? And then when it comes to our show, is that what you're saying? When it comes to our show, it's not as much energy? Oh, boy. Well, when he comes back, I'm going to have a talk with him. Good old JR. Hey, look at a red boy. Who doesn't love a red boy? Thank you very much. Give him the $100 drop.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
We take home a whopping $70 of that. That puts us at 160. Guess what, boys and girls? That puts us right back on track. Hey, thank you, good old JR. And now JR is in second place. JR with $100. Thank you very much. Now, here's the deal. Now we're at 160. Let's keep rallying. And we'll be at 100 by 9 o'clock, and we'll be right back on track, huh? 191 Redbird with $1 says between federal, state, and city, there are over 30 million government employees in the United States. Fuck. And we can't afford it. That's the craziest part. We can't afford it. We run deficits all over the place. Federal and state here in Minnesota, and we're the biggest employer. It's amazing. You can create a shitload of jobs when you don't have to have the money to pay them. It's great. Will Heron says Johnny fights crime on his show. Well, see, now that sounds exciting. How is that low energy? How is fighting crime a low energy thing? Hulkamasha Baby says, I'd honestly love to see anybody in Johnny's daily amount of pain and not self-medicate. I know I would. Well, a lot of people self-medicate and they don't even have any pain. So, I mean, there's that part of it. But thank you guys for your input. I always appreciate. You know, we do value the input at the restaurant here a little more when you order something. So that's something to think about. Aaron's a whore. Aaron always listens to the most prestigious customers, if you will. Okay. You know what, Aaron's box? I think it might be time. Let's take it easy. You've been spamming a little bit, and you're being kind of a dick to Johnny with $1. I mean, I have no problem with you criticizing once, but you're kind of on a roll here, and I don't want to cut you loose. I really don't want to. But, over and over, the same thing. It gets a little autistic. Aaron's box with $1 says on his show, and see, now around that skank digger, there's plenty of energy coming from him. All right. Yeah, Aaron's box, we get it. We understand. Let's take it easy. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to be like a nice bouncer. I'm going to go, hey, take it easy and enjoy yourself.
What's going on?
Have a good
Somebody
time.
got a problem?
Oh, Aaron's box thinks you're very low energy, and he's giving you shit.
Oh.
Yeah. He's been giving you shit. Been having a good time.
Oh, that's too bad.
Numero uno Josh Denny fan said, numero uno Josh Denny fan is going to be the first guy. Like, whenever the Musk shit goes tits up,
right?
The minute, like, Elon Musk fails miserably and falls apart, numero uno Josh Denny fan is going to have his favorite day in the Steel Toe chat. Like, he's going to be, and he'll deserve it. He'll deserve a big I told so, I fucking I told so.
He's been one of the. There's a couple people that have been screaming Elon Musk is a super bad dude, and we're all going to regret this.
Yeah.
So.
I disagree with numero uno when he says the stuff that Elon's doing doesn't substantially matter. It's been a month, and he's already gotten results, and he's already cut stuff, and he hasn't even gotten to the Pentagon and Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security and all that. So I don't know. See, Aaron's box, you got to go. I'm sorry. That's just too much, man. You're just you're killing the vibe. That's all. You're just killing the vibe, man. Learn how to be like a human being. That's all. It might be touching grass time for you. I'm trying to help you, buddy. So, no, I think you can get excited for this because it's the first time we've ever seen it. It's the first time we've ever seen the federal government being held accountable a little bit. Let's go ahead and check on. See, I think numero uno Josh Denny. Oh, God. Oh, it was auto playing. God damn it! It won't let me pause it. Fucking pause. I don't want to. Stop it.
Uh-oh.
No. So okay, you know what? Let's just give it to people. So somebody hacked the Department of Housing and Urban Development yesterday, and they broadcast what is believed to be an AI video on the screens.
Have you seen the video?
This was on all of the television screens at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This is I would say, an AI artist rendering of what they believe the Trump administration to be. My first suspect on my list is numero uno Josh Denny fan. Let's take a look.
I mean, it looks very real, except his feet are the wrong way.
I
He
mean,
has 2 left feet?
no, I think that's just perspective. This one's foreground, this
Oh.
one's background.
Okay.
And what does he have, a fucking goiter? Like, we need to lance whatever this is on Elon's foot. He's got a growth. It's problematic, to say the least. But Trump's going to town. He's sucking on those Elon toes. I didn't know Elon was a toe-sucking kind of guy. I guess maybe Trump got that info from Ashley St. Clair. And, somebody hacked the U.S. Housing and Urban Development screens and put this up there. This is the interpretation some people have of the Trump presidency so far, that Elon's in charge.
It is a critique that a lot of people have had.
And I just want to say thank you.
Whoops. Good old JR gave us $100 while you were gone,
Oh, thank you, good old Jay.
bringing us to 160 for today. So rally up, guys, and let's get it to 100 by the end of the hour, please. Let's start right now with your contributions. Yeah, I really... Now, Will Heron is saying that is for sure 2 left feet. And I got to say, you dropping that in there, I love when segments turn into that. I love when I go, hey, here's Trump sucking on Elon's toes, and we can obviously make 500 Elon getting his toes sucked, Trump, Elon gay thing. Instead, it turns into a fucking autistic haunt of are those 2 left feet. Guys, I don't know if it matters. I believe kind of the focus was Trump is sucking on his toes, meaning he's subservient to Elon, and they've both got a foot fetish thing going on. And somebody
I'm just
hacked.
more concerned whether or not the footage is real.
Somebody hacked the screens and put that video up there. You know,
But it could be real footage, though, that they put up there.
But the fact that it turns into, hey, wait a minute, guys, there's something fucked up about this video. And, you know, Will Heron and you and Will Heron go, Aaron, there's something fucked up about this video. And I go, yes, there is. Go ahead. What is it? I actually think those are 2 left feet. What about the golden-haired president guy sucking on his toes? Oh, wow. I actually, you know what? I didn't even notice that because I was really turned off.
No, it's too messed up. They're 2 left feet because I just crossed my legs and it still doesn't work that way.
Will Heron says, I can see Trump sucking on Elon's feet, but 2 left feet is weird. Okay.
Right?
Fair enough. Again, I think numero uno Josh Denny fan did this. Let's see his take on it. He says, it literally couldn't be more plainly obvious that Captain Free Speech is pulling the wool over your eyes at every opportunity. You act like I think that Elon is the savior of this country. I don't give a fuck if it's Elon Musk or Orville Redenbacher reanimated and come back to life. Anybody who's doing what Elon Musk is doing right now, I'm for it. I don't think you understand. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm watching these guys burn it down, and I'm going, yeah, let's fucking try it. Let's give it a shot. If the house is rotten to its foundation, you burn the house down, you rebuild the foundation, you build it back up again. It's not, and numero uno, I agree with you. I don't want to act like I'm disagreeing. I do believe a lot of this Elon shit for some people is a cult of personality thing. Obviously, the Donald Trump thing is a cult of personality. No rational human being can deny that.
Yeah.
But to me, numero uno, Elon is a conduit. He's a useful idiot to a thing I'd like to see done. Again, fucking TV's Will Heron could be up there cutting all this government spending, and I'd be like, I believe in Will Heron. I believe in Will Heron. Because when you are on TV and talking to Josh Sweat at the Super Bowl and he says another win for the toe, you say, I believe in Will Herron. I believe in, because Will Herron is so prestigious. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says you aren't even aware of what I'm saying. Well, then put it in simple retard terms. Put it in, what does Eddie Murphy say in The Nutty Professor? You mean rich dummy terms. Put it in rich dummy terms. Numero uno says you are his useful idiot. No. Not at all. Because again, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Elon Musk has zero to do with it. I don't give a shit about his rockets. I'm not a fucking gay dork who cares about his cars. I never gave a shit about Elon Musk before any of this. I'm not impressed by him. I think he's kind of a fucking weirdo. Anyone who is doing the job that Elon Musk is doing
has my support.
I'm for.
It's not Musk, it's DOGE that we like, and Musk is running the DOGE. Granted, there are plenty of people, though, who support Musk that way. I think he's honestly just after us to get to Mars, and I say we get him to Mars and we kick him out the airlock.
And to be honest with you, like, if I may further prove to you this has nothing to do with Elon, I think DOGE is a fucking gay name.
Yeah.
I would like it to be
the Department of Government Efficiency, and it's a troll. I get it.
You know, I would like it to be, I would like to see Seth Rollins in charge of the department. Because Seth Rollins' theme song starts with Burn It Down. There we go. Problem solved. Simple enough. This idea that I'm like an Elon stan or an Elon guy, I don't give a shit. Elon drops dead tomorrow. I'm for whoever they put in his place at DOGE who wants to go through the federal government with a fine-tooth comb and kick out all the fraud and waste and abuse.
I'm nervous about Elon, but I'm sitting on that nervous tension until after DOGE, because once DOGE shuts down, once the government efficiency program thing, once that all closes next year, what will he be doing? That's where I get worried. That's literally it.
Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm pissed that they didn't put Eric Church or Post Malone in charge of the damn thing. So yeah, I don't give a fuck about Elon Musk. Numero uno says, Jesus Christ, I don't know if I can put this in retarded enough terms. You're not putting it in any terms. You're just saying that anyone who disagrees with you is a retard. I need you to explain it to me. Like, forget what I'm saying right now. Try to tune me out. Don't try to keep up in the chat. You're not going to, because Rumble's a little bit behind. Just lay out your belief about this DOGE stuff in plain English so we can all understand it. Because I don't know about, well, let's get Johnny's opinion and other people. Does it seem like numero uno's problem is with Elon himself?
Right.
That's what it feels like.
And I understand that. And I completely agree that we should be a little trepidatious around this. But like I said, until the Department of Government Efficiency closes down next year, he has a job to do. So I'm in favor of that job, which he seems to be doing. My big worry is what happens when that job is over. But there's no sense worrying about it now. We got a while.
Numero uno says DOGE is a nonsense distraction. Most of his cuts were things your government already paid for. Not necessarily true. They were things earmarked to be spent. That money is being returned to the Treasury, is what's going on right now. Now, some of the stuff that he's uncovered, the U.S. aid stuff, yeah, a lot of that stuff is stuff that that's been sent out. But a lot of these things are repeat payments that he's stopping, that he's ending. These are things that are being cut. It's not a nonsense distraction. I'm sorry, you are incorrect. And I think it's because you don't like Elon Musk, which is fine. But again, repeat after me. Fuck Elon Musk. Who gives a shit? Elon Musk, Bill Parcells, Frank Wycheck, fucking Eric Molds. I'm only naming.
Hell, get Chris Kattan in there. I don't care if the fucking mango is cutting the cost as long as it is.
You know who I want? Brian Fellow. That's who I want to be in charge of DOGE. I want, oh, God damn it. What was the ladies' man's name? The Tim Woods character.
Oh, shit.
I can't remember what the ladies' man's name was. Have him run it. I don't give a shit. As long as he's cutting federal spending, I'm a happy boy. That's all. Andrew's son says DOGE doesn't make cuts. They report. Right. They go to Donald Trump and they say, this is what they're spending on. And Trump goes, power of the pen, executive order, fucking cut it off. Done. No more. All right, boys and girls, let's make some money. The Optic Nerve becoming a member for 20 months.
Thank you.
Says, here's your monthly reminder that you're a fat mo. It's nice to be reminded because I do forget sometimes. You know, I go to bed with a beautiful woman. I wake
easily
up
overlooked.
Yeah, I wake up next to a beautiful woman, and some days I wake up and I go, I am a great stud heterosexual male. And then I have people like Optic Nerve who chime in every day and they go, hey, just letting you know, you're a queer. And I go, wow, you know, that's actually remarkably helpful because I was starting to think that I wasn't. So, and the reminder being monthly is extremely helpful. Because otherwise I would go, like, if it wasn't a monthly reminder, if he tried to do it quarterly, I'd already have myself convinced.
Right.
So that's.
What if he did it daily? Would it finally get over there?
That would be too much, and I think he's protesting too much.
Oh, okay.
And then I would be like, well, I'm clearly not a homosexual. This is this guy projecting. You know.
I see.
You build 1,000.
Monthly, like the perfect rate?
You build 1,000 bridges. You suck one cock, you know?
Oh, baby bird. But my point is, like I said, bi-monthly sounds like the right hit. You know, just.
I don't know. We'll see. Whenever I stop feeling gay, I feel like they gotta jump in, you know? Guys, let's throw in. We're $160 away from today's goal. Make it easy on us. Throw us a few bucks. Let me open up this next round of stories. We got Kamala Harris being interviewed about the wildfires. I could listen to her talk about shit all day long. Then we got a wild street takeover in Florida. We got, what's his name? Jim Kramer being a fucking douche. Zelenskyy being an asshole. And then we got a black pastor calling us all coons. We got a lot of good stuff coming up on today's show. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Throw in a couple of bucks. Remember, we've got our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, if you need some help, you need the people who are going to be there quick as a hiccup, and that is All Care Towing. With the trucks and wreckers for motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment, you don't have a better friend when it comes to towing emergencies than All Care Towing. Let's say you even lock your keys in your car. You get in an accident, you get a flat tire, whatever. And people think that you can't change a tire, but what it really is you don't have the special lug nut key for your rims, you fucking assholes. You can call your friends at All Care Towing to bring you one out. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. Also, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota. I heard from potentially criminal Sean yesterday.
Yeah.
He got his Stoney's gift card that I sent to him.
Nice.
So Sean officially has his Stoney's gift card. I hope to see it in a stream very soon. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Cheetos. Ask him if he can marry you. That's what people should do. They should get real lit up one Saturday night while Julio Goldstein or Pandemic or some really good band is there. And they should just be like, fucking marry us right now, homeboy.
Is that what you did?
No. I had two very nice weddings. I had two beautiful weddings.
Well, it's weird that you bring up that example. Is that what you're planning? Is SP in, or is it like a surprise? Like, ta-da!
If I get married again, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome.
Like a gay parade.
Hey, this guy, he already in the gay parade.
Gay parade.
Yeah.
I'm
like
the
Eli.
best man.
I'm the best man. I did it. This dude, he ran in front of the cat. Like Rosie O'Donnell at a bisexual bridal shower. I fucking love Eli. Anyway, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Go see our friends at Stoney's. today. And also Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy know all there is to know about whatever equipment you need for hunting, personal protection, sports shooting, whatever. Knives, optics, parts, and gear. Great selection of all the tools and fireworks sticks that you need to make your hobby or your passion complete. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. All right, before we continue, let's throw out a thank you or two. Let's thank Rebecca with $5, says, I love that you can self-deprecate so well. I mean, that's been a staple of Steel Toe forever. I mean, if you do this and you take yourself too seriously, you have meltdowns on a regular basis like Patrick Melton does. I don't want to be that guy. It's just a fun show to do.
I had one meltdown, and that was enough for me. I gave up.
Yeah, this is a fun show to do. It's a good time with people who bust your balls. We talked about it last night. You know, someone was like, hey, why do you and your fans bust balls so hard? And you take criticism and all that stuff really well. I'm like, that's because that's all we've been doing for 10 years. When you say something nice on this show, it makes me uncomfortable.
We don't trust you.
Right. We think you're fucking weird. 155 away from today's goal. Hey, guys, roll on it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, what have you. Everybody follow Rebecca. Now we're at the point where those 5 and 10s really drop this thing quick. All right, I figured this guy would be your favorite today.
Yeah, it is.
This is Pastor Jamal Bryant. And
I need to start going to his church.
I'm going to guess that Pastor Bryant is maybe leans a little more left than right.
I wouldn't know why you think that.
He definitely believes that black people should not be Republicans. And that maybe they're going against their blackness a little bit if they lean to the right. Let's go ahead and listen to Pastor Jamal Bryant and see if, maybe he awakens your inner blackness when you listen.
Does he realize that the Republicans were the original party that, Abraham Lincoln, all that?
No, you had it right the first time. What was his name?
Abraham Lincoln?
Aber Lincoln? I like Aber better.
Aber Lincoln?
Yeah, Aber Lincoln. So this is Pastor Jamal Bryant. Let's see what he thinks about black people who like Trump.
I feel bad for them coons in the White House.
Sir, you missed the Obama administration by about 10 years.
I don't think there's a lot of them left in there, honestly. Right now.
Somebody woke this guy up from a decade-long coma, and nobody filled him in on what was going on. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Poor guy. Sir, Kamala lost.
I feel bad for them coons in the White House.
First of all, I have to say, if I could go up on a stage and say that word, I would be so happy. Just kidding. Whenever people say white privilege, they never talk about black privilege. You don't see me getting up in front of an audience of black people and saying shit like that. I can't. It's not. I wouldn't be safe. But this guy, they're clapping and giving him money.
And if you say it in front of an audience of white people, everyone's going to just assume all of you are racist.
Here's what black people don't understand about us whites is we have to be very careful the context in which we use the word coon. Because it's a very tricky word. We are allowed to use the word.
Right.
But in certain contexts, we are not like, hey, that coon knocked over my trash can. That's a perfectly fine thing to say. That coon stole my car. That is not okay to say. Even if it did.
I just said it there as an example.
But even if it did indeed steal my car, I'm not allowed to say it. Could you imagine a little raccoon with his paws? Just.
Oh, that's where we were with that.
Yeah.
No. I think I had taken that a different way.
That coon stole my picnic lunch. Now, which context is that? You don't know. Could be.
Right?
Could be totally fine.
That coon stole my sandwich. Oh, son of a bitch.
What kind of that coon stole my picnic lunch. What was it? Subway. Oh, okay. Well, then you clearly mean raccoon. Okay. All right.
Right.
No, mine was Popeye. Shut up.
I feel bad for for them coons in the White House.
Now, see, that would be fine for any of us to say if there was a news report that came out that said raccoons had infiltrated the White House and there was a pest problem and they needed to get an exterminator.
They were just looking for somewhere to stay. The weather's been crazy. It was warm. They just wanted a home.
And I get why this pastor's upset. I mean, if a raccoon gets into the White House, he'd have a hard time finding his way out. There's a lot of hallways and corridors and rooms.
And those bastards are destructive.
Tear
look, apart furniture, walls, everything.
Absolutely, getting fights. I would be very upset if coons got in the White House. But when coons get on the front porch, Mama just chased them off with a broom. Not raccoons, you idiot. Yes. And they want to go to school with us. With us? They do.
I feel bad for them coons in the White House who are in there tap dancing for massa.
I fucking love this guy. I don't know why black on white racism doesn't bother me. But
it doesn't bother me, but neither does when white people are like when people are verbally racist, it doesn't bother me. When they're physically racist, that I have an issue.
I just tap dancing for massa. I like this guy's great. I don't have any problem with this guy. In fact, I want to see more of him.
Them coons in the White House who are in there tap dancing for massa, wearing bow ties, shinning and grinding, laughing like nothing is funny. I ain't afraid of the spooks that sat at the door.
See, I only get to use that word on Halloween. See, you can say like
government agents. Is that
right? There's like that's another word that white people can use in the right context. For example, there was before I bought this house, a woman died upstairs, and I believe there's a spook in my bedroom. Whereas it's not okay to say I came home early from work and my wife had a spook in the bedroom. That could mean a ghost. That could mean a federal agent who's spying. You know.
Right. It's difficult phrasing.
Yeah. You see what I mean? It's a word that white people can use. That's what makes it tricky.
I just figured out, we were talking about this yesterday. We figured out now why black people's white voice has their words all so carefully chosen.
Why?
It's because they see us that way, because we have to, and they don't realize that's your influence.
Yeah.
We have to carefully watch what we say.
You understand how difficult it is for us when we see a raccoon around you that we have to enunciate that extra syllable, raccoon? Because if you weren't around, we'd just say, what's that fucking coon doing in my neighborhood?
Watch out, that coon's lost his mind.
I think that coon is rabid. Get it away from my kids. That coon is not going to pick up this first down for me. That's... If raccoon
that coon keeps stealing shit out of my bird feeder.
It's a suet feeder, but that's fine. It's more fancy than a bird feeder. I understand. Like, you know, why is that spook always looking at me? He's an FBI agent. Oh, that's understand. Okay, I see. It's a spy.
These runaway slaves hiding in the White House.
Okay, see, now that's one we can never use.
Yeah.
There's really no context to that one. Unless literally like a Chinese Apple employee came here.
So wait a minute. So they're not slaves or they are slaves? Because they're runaway slaves and they're hiding in the White House. They're not.
Well, yeah, it's a sticky wicket, as the kids like to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gonna throw my picture up thinking that I'm gonna be afraid.
So that's Pastor Bryant.
He seems awesome as shit.
He is the coolest guy that I've ever seen. And like I said, I want to find out when he's live.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would like to watch him and see what he has to say.
Spoiler, he got all his racist stuff out that one.
Oh, that would really suck, right?
Remarkably bland.
Approachable's got a link for us. Let's take a look at let's take a look at his link. Look at his link. Look at his link. Hey, that coon knocked over my trash can. That's a perfectly fine thing to say. That coon stole my car. Hey.
I feel like you cut off the part where we shared that one.
I said that one wasn't okay. That's a different clip. That coon knocked over my trash can. That's a perfectly fine thing to say. that coon stole my car. Hey, see, now you didn't include the last part where I said that that's not okay. You know, you try to teach people, you try to educate people.
And this is the price you pay.
But you know what? Greatest thing ever. The Packers used to have, guys, what was the name of that Packers fullback? I can't, was it James Kuhn? Kuhn. And he was a white fullback, and they used him in short yardage situations. And when he ran the ball and picked up a first down, all of Lambeau Field would chant, Kuhn. Kuhn. John Kuhn, thank you. That was his name, really? So every time, I think we should adopt that as the Vikings. And every time, if Justin Jefferson drops a pass, and just say, no, we're paying tribute to former Green Bay Packers legend.
But as a Minnesota Viking, paying tribute to a former Packers legend seems kind of counterintuitive. Aren't they like our rivals? It seems weird that we would honor
It's a sign of respect. It's to thaw the tension.
It's just weird that that's the one we picked.
Oh, yeah. Remember the high school football player? Noah,
No.
You don't know about... Hold on a minute. We'll get here. Thank you, Will. I remember this one. Here we go.
James Adams of TriStateFootball.com here with Coach Ryan Kaniga. Coach...
You know what the weird thing is? Spells it with 3 Ks. Very odd.
James Adams of TriStateFootball.com here with Coach Ryan Kaniga. Coach, you get the win, 34-27. It was definitely close throughout. Talk about the...
Oh, man. There's some teams that are rich in talent. That team is Kaniga rich. This guy, when he smoked, I've smoked cigars with this coach before.
Mm-hmm.
And he really salivates a lot while he's smoking, and the tip of the cigar gets very wet. And
Right.
We came up with a name for it.
What's that?
We say he Kaniga lips the cigar. And it's a classification to know that Coach John Kaniga has been there. 191 Redbird says, I donate a 100, but I couldn't live with the guilt of moving someone on the board. You fucking live with that guilt, and you live with it right now. We are a failing show today. Well, I wouldn't say fail. We got an hour left. We're 155 away from today's goal. I mean, it's still very, very doable. But let's get moving on the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, the Super Chats, the Rumble Rants. But you see that? That's a bad attitude to have. Says, I donate on 100, but I couldn't live with the guilt of moving someone on the board. You'd be ahead of good old JR by 1 cent, and you'd be right behind Steven by about $90, and you'd be ahead of Adam Simon and Ron K. You'd push, no, you wouldn't push Gray Duckling off the board. Who would you push? You'd push Ace off the board. Ace will be fine. Ace can live with it. And Ace has shown that he's capable of, getting back up there. So, Redbird, don't you worry about it. Will Heron says, I typed it and I didn't say it, so it doesn't count. Well, you can't say Kaniga? Why not?
That's sad.
Why can't you say that? Will Heron says, got to go touch grass. Y'all have a nice day. That's what you ought to be doing. He's a real man with a real job. He's in journalism. He shouldn't be fucking around with internet drama. He's going to end up getting turned on and people are going to fuck him over. I'm telling you, Will, you're doing the right thing. Will, you're getting hooked up with all these lowlifes. I'm telling you, they're going to fuck you right in the asshole. You just keep interviewing people at kitty fashion shows. And you'll be raking in the big bucks in no time. That's for sure. Will, wish us luck on our goal this morning. We're 155 away. Let's hammer it out. Let's go. Thank you guys very, very much. All right. We got Kamala Harris back in public.
Yeah.
She's recovered from her bender. She's stopped drinking. She stopped wine momming it up. And she's back giving interviews again. This time she's in California, talking about the Palisades fire, because while she was in her drunken stupor, she didn't have time to go deal with the Palisades fire. They didn't even tell her about it because they figured she'd been through enough. One thing I'm sure a lot of you miss is a good old-fashioned Kamala Harris soundbite. Because if there's one thing our ex-vice president could do, it's get asked a question and give a straight, concise answer. You ready to hear her talk about the wildfires?
Yeah.
You want to put anything on the bingo board? I have one square.
What's that?
Coming together.
Oh.
Come together or coming together. We're going to get that reference.
I would just say, like, the only things I can think of would be like ways she speaks, not like a specific phrase.
All right, what do you got?
Like just referring to the thing as the thing. Like the fire is, as we all know, is a fire.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. Everybody add their own
and
little
the cackle laugh.
Okay.
The weird cackle laugh at the wrong times is also another one. The cackle laugh.
Everyone add a square to your bingo board, and let's see if you hit it.
Through your mind when you see this, you're here, you're now seeing it up close.
It's not only seeing it, Alex, you can smell it.
It's honestly, it's like getting someone prepared for a fight, and you're like, okay, I know they've got some deficiencies, and I know they don't know how to do some things, but I'm really hoping for the best. And the bell rings, and they just punch themselves in the cock. I mean, it really is. You can't only just see the wildfire, you can smell it, touch it, taste it, hear it. Just going through all the senses.
See this, you're here, you're now seeing it up close.
It's not only seeing it, Alex, you can smell it. You can feel it, right? So it's...
Oh, my God, she really is going through all the five senses. I was fucking kidding.
If she fucking says hear it, I'm going to fucking punch myself.
You can see dead people in it. Oh, my God, she went with the sixth sense.
You can feel it, right? Willis. So it's seeing it with our eyes, and many people have seen it. You all are covering it. But to literally be on the ground here, you can smell
Fascinating. When houses and dead bodies burn, it gives off a scent. It's interesting.
Hey, guys, you ever been near a fire? Apparently they have an odor.
Apparently they're stinky.
The smoke that was here, you can feel the touch.
Hey, whoa. That's another word white people have to be careful when they use. Can't just be saying smoke. Like if somebody's on the ground in the Palisades right now on that street, they can go, hey, look at all that smoke up there. That's totally fine. But if they point down the road, they go, I think that's half smoke right there. No. You can't talk like that.
The smoke that was here, you can feel the toxicity, frankly, of the environment. You can feel the energy of all of the folks who are still here on the ground.
Oh. I only got one thing to say after listening to Kamala contribute her 2 cents to the wildfires.
What's that?
Take it to the zoo, Rock. Retards love the zoo. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, you missed my last rant. No, I didn't miss it. I just didn't read it because it's one of those ways that white people aren't allowed to say it. Oh, man. Atomic Ray says, Will told me on his deathbed that he likes taking it in the butt. I guess Will Heron didn't die, and that is the real Will. Wow, he likes it in the butt. I wasn't aware.
I don't know where this Will Heron died thing started from, but yeah.
I don't know. Somebody just started saying he was dead one day, and we just ran with it. Whatever.
Okay.
McBuster says, he was talking shit about you last night. I'm sure. Look, I'm sure he was. And I'm sure he was on there. And look, Will's a journalist. Will's going to play both sides. That's what they do. You know what the beautiful thing is? You do a show, and I hate to say this because it sounds arrogant, but if you're above all that shit and you just go about your day. And like I said last night, wolves don't concern themselves with the opinion of sheep. That way, when someone goes, so-and-so was talking mad shit about you. So what? I'm not fucking married to them. They don't owe me any allegiance. I don't put anything in, I don't put any stock in any internet people and if they like me or not. I can't imagine being so low as a human being that matters to you. I can't. So if Will was talking some shit, then Will was talking some shit. He's more than allowed to do that as a human being. 155 away from today's goal. I can't concern myself with the opinion of sheep because I need gold. I need dollars. That's what we need right now, guys. We are 155 away from today's goal, and I'll lay it out on the table for you. I do not feel comfortable taking this goal deficit into the last 5 minutes of the show. So we got about 45 minutes between now and then. Let's help get that goal knocked out. Again, 5 or 10 is great, but if you're somebody who's like 50, 60, 70 bucks, hey, throw that in there too. Redbird doesn't want to knock somebody off the board with a $100 donation. Fuck that. Start knocking people off that board. We like that too. But throw us a couple. But throw us a couple of bucks because every time we mention that we need a couple of bucks, we lose a few people, and I don't want to lose anybody. So throw in a couple bucks, contribute to the show, show us that you mean it, show us that you love us, and let's knock out this goal. Like I said, the evening show audience has been fucking crushing. They've been on fire. God love them. Let's show them that you can do it too. 155 away. I'd like to get this down to a more manageable number. So please and thank you. You want to take a look at what happened in Florida over the weekend?
Yeah.
Holy shit. You know these, are you aware of these street takeovers that happen in cities across America once they stopped believing in law and order?
Yeah, dude. Actually, it's weird. I was worried watching this. My nephew might be in that group.
Jesus Christ.
If we see a tall, lanky dude with like tats all over his body driving a really, really nice Mustang, then yeah, he's there.
Well, here's the like in Minneapolis, they've had these before. And they'll have like cars do donuts in an intersection. And like the cops aren't allowed to go into black neighborhoods in Minneapolis anymore and be mean. So they just kind of have to let them destroy their community. So they'll grab an intersection, they'll get in some shitty cars, and they'll start spinning donuts and shooting Roman candles at everybody. Like, it's just, I don't want to just shit on the whole thing. It looks like a blast.
It looks like a really great rave.
It looks like a fun time. I'm not going to lie. It's just a bunch of people shooting fireworks at each other and doing donuts in an intersection. It's the kind of lawlessness that's kind of fun to watch, but it's also clearly lawlessness at the same time. Here's what happened in Florida.
3 sports cars took over I-75 along Alligator Alley in Collier County, landing 3 guys in jail. State troopers saw more than 25 vehicles speeding along the interstate on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, more.
This is like one of those crotch rocket gangs that comes up and just starts weaving in between traffic. Only it's 25 fucking sports cars, and they're not taking over a city intersection. They're on the freeway.
Taking over an interstate.
Yeah.
24, and they actually clocked one of those cars going 148 miles an hour. Get this, in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. I mean, other people on the highway.
Awesome. First of all, you don't have to give us what the speed limit is when someone's going 145 miles per hour. No matter what the speed limit is at 140, that's crazy fucking fast.
Pretty sure that's over the limit.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that going 145, like even on the Autobahn, they'd be like, maybe we should just stop him and tell him to take it easy.
That's dangerous for them. Gulf Coast News reporter Ryan Arbogast is local in Collier County, where the search continues tonight for some of the drivers involved.
Fucking Ray Epps again. God damn it. Just starting shit.
Flying down I-75 at 150 miles an hour. You are in the front of an FHP cruiser as troopers attempt to catch up with this Ferrari.
Boy, this guy's giving it with that voice, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's broadcaster, man.
Going more than double the speed limit on Alligator Alley. Troopers arrested the driver, Andrew Tadros of New York.
He just looks like the kind of douche who'd do. I mean, if you were to draw me a sketch of what you thought this guy would look like, this would be pretty much it.
He's fitting the bill.
He's perfect.
Racing in Saturday's highway takeover. Florida Highway Patrol spotted more than 25 exotic cars, blocking I-75 lanes and racing near the Miccosukee Reservation along Snake Road, while a helicopter...
This is way more dangerous than, like, the donuts in the intersection thing, because, like, you can hurt, like, two retards who are also there shooting Roman candles at people. This,
right.
I mean, you can cause a serious accident.
Serious accident, and a bunch of people just keep piling into it. Semi-driver can't help himself, and now a whole family's wiped out because a station wagon got caught in the middle.
Flew overhead to help nab two others. Troopers also arrested Scott.
In fairness, this wasn't supposed.
Shit.
In fairness, this wasn't supposed to be this bad. What I'm hearing is that these were actually scientific vehicles, and their flux capacitor wasn't working.
Fuck. No wonder why.
They got up to
Back to the Future.
Yeah, they couldn't go back to where they came from.
Reback for riding shotgun in a Porsche that was doing burnouts and donuts. They say he got out to watch, and they didn't catch or charge the driver.
What? I gotta ask, these kids who were born in like 1997 and 1998, it says on these arrest things, what the fuck are they doing that they can afford these vehicles?
I don't know, man. I don't know how my nephew affords his. He has like two really nice cars. I have no idea.
That guy was driving a Lamborghini.
Right? Where the fuck are they getting these things?
Jesus. I'm
This
jealous.
Is our second Porsche that we've seen today.
And also, you're beating the fucking shit out of it, too. Come on, treat it nice.
How can they treat it nice? It can't. Again, we're sitting there. How the fuck can they afford these things? Like, I'm like, I'm in my 20s, and I'm like, I thought I'd get a Lambo.
I don't think you should be allowed to own those kind of cars until you're 40.
Oh,
I don't think you should.
One other driver was
35
cited
for the
after
presidency,
being
same for hot rods.
Yeah.
Caught whipping an illegal U-turn in this blue Porsche. It's unclear at this point if others involved in the takeover near the Big Cypress National Preserve were arrested or charged.
You know, I will say it's maybe not that dangerous because really you see this group of 25 cars flying down the road at that speed. Just get the fuck over and it'll be over in a second.
Yeah, but there's not. How much room is there to get over? They're taking up both lanes of traffic.
That's true.
Reporting in Collier County, Ryan Arbogast, Gulf Coast News.
Ryan Arbogast, Gulf Coast News.
Live at 5.
Live at 5. We've got a bunch of cars that are causing problems on the highway. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, Johnny, please ship one pair of exotic imported jungle bunny. I don't think you're allowed to say that.
Yeah, I don't think you are.
I don't think you're allowed to say that, those phrases. Granny with $5 says, you are the scourge of the internet. Fuck yeah. Just like my ancestor Attila the Hun. The scourge of God is what they called him. The scourge of the internet. I fucking love that. Thank you, Granny. Also an inspiration. It just shows that untalented people can be successful-ish. Well, then, wait a minute. If that's true, what's your excuse? 191 Redbird. I'm just fucking with you. 191 Redbird with $1 says, better a clean soul than a guilty prize.
What's that in reference to?
Better the cars maybe at that age? A clean soul
than a
guilty prize. What's a guilty prize? For OJ, it was an acquittal.
It's gotta be the hot rod.
I suppose. 145 away from today's goal. Make it rain a little here. Let's see if we can get into that. I don't want to do the final 5-minute thing. Certainly the evening show audience doesn't do the final 5-minute thing. They don't fuck around with that. But I'd like to be close to 0. That would be nice. 145 away. There's the links in the chat. Help us out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I mean, you've seen Granny, right? Granny looks like a homeless bag of shit, and he threw in $5.
You can do it, too.
I mean, Granny looks like a dying tomato, and he throws in $5. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be using Granny as a God's beaten him up enough. But the point is, if he can throw in $5, ask not what your show can do for you, but what you can do for your show. 145 away. Knock it out. Let's call it another win for the toe. I want to do a little, we did the Tom Cruise flashback earlier.
Yeah.
Everybody hates this douchebag, right?
Oh, fucking Kramer.
Everybody hates. Like, I think even black people hate this Kramer more than any other Kramer. I believe that Jim Kramer may be the most hated Kramer. He's an asshole.
The only decent thing he did was his role in Iron Man, the 5-second thing in the first movie.
Oh, yeah. That's a weapons manufacturer that doesn't make weapons. Here, let's show you the new Stark business model. Sorry, I spilled a bunch of pens now. That's very messy.
Yep.
I would hate to do Kramer's show. I would just feel the need to clean up all the time.
Just because you keep messing up your own office? But
Yeah.
doesn't he just use the sound buttons? Does he break shit all the time, or is it just the buttons? And didn't he give up on that gimmick?
He's kind of the Gallagher of stocks, if that makes sense.
Tomato futures or watermelon futures. Fuck, I screwed up.
Oh, shit. Well, it's all right. So Kramer, I just wanted to play a quick flashback of, Jim Kramer has, like, the internet lore is that he's literally wrong about everything. And if you bet against Kramer, you'll make a shitload of money. Well,
okay.
This was Kramer's take on the vaccine back in the day. Let's go back. Let's do a little Mad Money rewind here.
Lord knows what happened if you didn't partake. But back then, anyone who refused to get vaccinated would get ratted out immediately because we knew that person could hurt other people. The commonweal was a commonweal. Now we're engaged in a similar struggle.
What? Wait. The commonweal was a commonweal? Is that what he said?
I think so.
Wait, one more time.
Ratted out immediately because we knew that person could hurt other people. The commonweal was a commonweal.
Sounded like a man who's having a stroke.
Okay, Mersh.
The female cop, just a female cop with a gun drawn. Chicago didn't die. It's commonweal.
Because we knew that person could hurt other people. The commonweal was a commonweal.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Now we're engaged in a similar struggle with COVID, and Eisenhower would be aghast. We have immunocompromised.
Eisenhower would be aghast. You're right that we give Boeing so much fucking money to make weapons, and Raytheon basically runs our military budget after he, if Eisenhower could see what was going on today, he wouldn't give a shit about COVID. He would look at us and go, I fucking warned you about the military-industrial complex. What the fuck is your problem? Did you not listen to me?
Nope.
God damn it, man.
Was a little hypocritical to get the whole country in the factories making war stuff and then going, hey guys, worry about these people that like making war stuff.
With COVID, and Eisenhower would be aghast. We have immunocompromised people who are incubators for every variant to come, walking around lawfully unvaccinated? That's psychotic.
So let's, again, flashback to Jim Kramer. Jim Kramer believed that it should be illegal against the law to be unvaccinated. I tell you what, people can hate Jim Kramer all they want to. I am impressed by his ability to be so wrong so consistently.
Every time.
A lot of people can be kind of wrong all the time, or they can be wrong kind of a lot. This guy is spectacularly grand finale of a 4th of July fireworks show wrong every single goddamn waking second of every day. It's remarkable.
And he gets to keep his job. Does he still have a job?
Yeah, dude, he's still on the air. I mean, nobody watches CNBC, but, I mean, Tree in the Forest and all that, but...
We have companies that have tried hard to get people vaccinated and now backing down. We have governors who want to be president by grandstanding on a foolish states' right issue. The right to get...
Yeah, foolish states' rights issue. You know, Johnny, the 10th Amendment of the Constitution.
Oh, you fucking dick. That's how this country was formed, is the idea that we don't all have to obey the rule of the government. States have some say, so we get a little bit of, leeway.
It's governors with their silly constitution, queers.
sick, get other people sick. So it's time to admit that we have to go to war against COVID.
I want to cough in this guy's mouth. I just... He's like, hey, could you cover your mouth? Like, no, I don't want to. I'm here to commit germ warfare against Jim Kramer.
COVID. Require vaccination universally. Have the military run it. If you don't want to get vaccinated, you better be ready to prove your conscientious objector status in court. And even then, you need to help in the war effort by staying home until we finally beat this thing.
And he was so right about all of that.
It is funny to watch someone effortlessly be a Nazi. You know? It does seem like it came pretty naturally to him.
Yeah, the government should just be able to lock you in your home because we say this is a danger and you have to trust us.
Right? He really is just going, look, guys, I'm being totally reasonable here. I believe the government should be able to lock you in your house until we can figure out what the fuck to do with you. Like, what? Trucker 18-wheeler says with $1 says, you do realize someone born in 1998 is 26 or 27 and they might not have gone to college and are making bank. I'm 24 and I'm making 100K plus right now. Fine.
Good for you.
Fine. I'll off myself after the show. What do you want? Sorry that I failed. Johnny K looks like a younger Larry King with 99 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
191 Redbird with $1 says kicking someone off the board. Fuck nuts. No, you're not. Not with $1. You're not. Get the fuck out of here. You're not kicking.
Put a couple zeros in there.
You put a couple zeros behind that Redbird. You got yourself a deal. Atomic Ray with $5. Thank you very much. Ray says Granny is a Florida coon. He's more a redskin, but that's okay. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, at best, you're the scourge of your local buffet. Nope, I'm the scourge of God of the internet. Granny said it. I'm the Attila the Hun of the internet. Carlos Cameo with $1. Bob Dylan featuring Jim Kramer. Rock me, mama, with the commonweal. Well, you don't know. The commonweal is the commonweal.
Yeah, it's a commonweal.
No. You didn't know that. Until
I
Jim
didn't.
Kramer told you that.
Thank God I got informed.
Now
I would have
you
gotten
know.
through my day without that one.
Now you know that the commonweal. It's a common.
What other win it you look like you're a decent. You got any tips?
Let's go to King Kong Dong with $1. Says Johnny, when are you getting more ostrich eggs in stock? That's a good.
I don't have ostrich eggs. This whole exotic meat thing. If you think I had exotic meat money, why wouldn't I just cover the goal and be done with it?
It's nice to know that you don't give a fuck outside of a paycheck. That this isn't an artistic endeavor for you. That you couldn't just be the ostrich egg man and.
No, I said if I was making exotic ostrich egg money, why wouldn't I just pay for the goal? And
I know, but if I ignore that last part and just go with the first part, it's a lot easier to make fun of you.
Oh, well, you're a dick.
Yeah. I've never, I don't like it when people say like, oh, you're insulting that person. You're not even reading what they fully said. I know. I never said I was fair. Like, where did you, like, people bitch at me. They're like, you made fun of this guy, you shit on this guy, and you owned this hater guy, and you didn't even read his whole work. Right, that's what I do. I will be unfair. You will come into my house, and I will treat you like shit and be remarkably unfair to you, and it will be hilarious.
And you'll come back.
Yeah, and it will be really funny to me, and you will come back madder than ever. It's fun. How do you must not know about me. You must not know about me. 140 away from today's goal. Hey, boys and girls, you got a little Streamlabs, a little PayPal, a little Venmo love for us? Throw it in. You got a little Super Chat, a little Rumble Rant love, a little gifted membership, gifted sub love? We would appreciate that too because we are 140 away. It is 9:30. It's 25 minutes until we got to rattle the cans, and rattling the cans at 140, that's a scary proposition, boys and girls. Now I am officially offering in the last half hour, if you knock someone off the board, I will update the board in real time. The board will be updated in real time. They were fucking with me on this on Sunday.
Okay.
They were making me get up and change the board. I will do that over the next half hour. But if you just feel like being nice and throwing a couple bucks in, hey, that would be really cool. That'd be mighty swell of you. And we'd appreciate it. So 140 is the number. Let's knock it down. Let's get it down there quite a bit because we've had a perfect Monday. Not only just a perfect Monday, a pretty effortlessly perfect Monday. I really liked it. Like I said, especially that evening show. Just a great goddamn time. So let's keep knocking it down. I like those dollars that we saw flying around earlier a couple minutes ago. Let's turn those into 5s and 10s, and we'd be done by now. Thank you, guys. Chip in a little bit. Of course, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are my favorites. But I love Rumble rants and Super Chats as well, whatever works for you. Hey, I got a little Zelenskyy for you today. This asshole, this shitbag, this dirty, filthy, hands-out welfare. You think we rattle the cans for money. At least we're only taking 140. This guy's taking 140 billion. I mean, we got a lot less zeros than this dude. And I think this whole Trump administration thing and, you know, his business buddy Biden being out of there and their crooked deal coming to an end, I think it's starting to get to the useful puppet that is Zelenskyy. Because
there's a lot of people that might want him to not talk after he's done with this.
Yeah, he's been making a lot of statements. And his statements have been of a guy that wait, A-Train just wrote me. He says, can you do me a huge favor since you're very good at digging into stuff? Can you find me someone that has the money to sell a couple $1 million coins to? Give them to me. I'll sell them. I'll take a $140 commission. But Zelenskyy, what are some of the crazy things he said since Trump's been president? He doesn't know where $100 billion of our aid money went. They've been selling weapons to the cartels down in Mexico. Now he's saying that the $200 billion that we've given him, that's not a loan.
What?
No. No. You know how Trump's trying to tell him that we want the mineral rights to Ukraine in exchange?
Until we get our money back?
Yeah, we'll take the minerals in Ukraine, and when we get our $200 billion with interest back, you guys can have your mineral rights back. He doesn't even want to do that. He claims that the money that we gave them was a grant. Let's take a look. I know what we had. 100, and that's a fact. I'm not going to recognize 500 billion, no matter what. Anyone says, no matter how we communicate. With all due respect, again, with all due respect to the partners, I am standing firm because this is a true situation. We are absolutely right. And the second situation, to be honest, even 100 billion, I am not ready to fix. Let me explain why. Because we should not recognize grants as debts. Do you like it or not? I negotiated with Biden and negotiated with the Congress of the United States of America. I am grateful to the Congress. It was the presence of two parties. So this motherfucker is saying, I'm not paying it back. It's a gift. The fucking balls on this little shithead. First of all, we sit here and say we're funding democracy. Meanwhile, he shuts down elections and won't let them start up. Right. And then we say, well, we borrowed you $200 billion. He goes, whoa. What's wrong with this? What's the deal with this word loan? What's his loan word you keep using? Grant. You granted us. Yeah, $200 billion. Grant. I'm really getting annoyed with this fucking guy.
And it's a good thing we don't have a clip of him saying anything else about that, right?
Well, it's funny you should mention it. Mussolini Diff with $2 says, my Maine Coon is my best coworker. I mean cat. There we go. We are still 140 away from today, guys. I'm still not thinking very positive at the moment. Throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, but let's cut that number down because I'm starting to get mighty distracted and nervous that we're going to fail today, and I don't want to because yesterday was great. The evening show is already almost half done with their goal. I would really appreciate it if you guys stepped up, threw in a few bucks, and helped us out. We got to hit that goal to keep things on a level playing field, if you will. We ask for the absolute minimum we need to keep things going. So, you guys are a great audience. You're extremely generous. Don't lean on a couple of people throwing in 70, 80 bucks. Your 5 or 10 matters immensely to this program. So please contribute. We're 140 away. We need some help. Down and dirty, that's how it is. We need some help. Zelenskyy in 2023 versus Zelenskyy in 2025. Let's take a look. We are not making any money during this, so I'm going to I think I'm going to speed through this. I kind of wanted to dig into this a little bit. I don't think anybody gives a shit, so I'm going to speed through it. We're going to get to some other stuff because it ain't working.
If you can't give us some financial support, okay, please, give us a credit, and we will give you back money.
Give us credit and we will give you back money. That to me sounds like borrowing them $200 billion.
Yeah, it sounds like this was a loan.
Yeah, that sounds like a loan. All right, so what does 2025 Zelenskyy say? This is the clip from yesterday, or from just a second ago.
Що у нас було 100. І це факт. Я не збираюсь визнавати 500. Хто б що не говорив, як би ми не спілкувались. При всій повазі, ще раз, при всій повазі до партнерів, але, я стійко стою, тому що це правдива ситуація. Абсолютно ми праві. І друга ситуація, якщо чесно, навіть 100 мільярдів я не готовий фіксувати. Поясню чому. Тому що і ми не маємо визнавати гранти як борги.
We should not recognize grants as debts. So, we'll do it on credit. You know, like Steel Toe doing overtime because we can't make our money on a given day.
Right.
We'll do it on credit.
And then we'll just count it as a grant.
Yeah, and then 5 years later, or I'm sorry, 5 years, 2 years later, no, it's not a credit. It's just you gave it to us, finders keepers. Great. Why don't you pocket that profit you made on selling our weapons too, you dick. And he's going to walk away a multi-millionaire out of all this. Like, Biden made a shitload of money. Biden's family made a shitload of money. Everyone who got pardoned made a shitload of money, and they're all going to make out like bandits. Meanwhile, all the borders of Ukraine and Russia are going to be redrawn after this. People are going to be displaced. People have died and moved. It's going to be a fucking nightmare for them. But don't worry. Everybody who told you to fight bravely, they're going to make a fuckload of money. That's how war works. Coyote NV with $4.99 says, please ship the bunnies. They are feisty, but can be trained. There we go.
How does he know they're feisty if he doesn't have them?
135 away from today's goal. Pretty please, guys, take some pity on the toe. I'm sorry. I'll pick better stories tomorrow. Let's open up some more shit so we can talk about some things and we can get into some stuff today. We got Don Lemon calling Megyn Kelly a racist. There's another cat fight that we can get to today. And we got some wacky plane stories and whatnot. I want to keep going. I want my show to be successful. I want it to keep going. So come on, man. Let's rally up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Looking pretty barren right now. 135 away from the goal. I don't want to go into the last 5 minutes at 135. That's for sure. So, again, I'm rattling the can at you. I'm asking. It's always that weird thing when everyone's just kind of looking at each other going, I see him asking, but I don't want to. Do you want to? I don't know. Just throw in. Weird. Just throw in and help us knock this thing out. Tuesdays suck. I understand that. I get it. But we need a win. You know? We need a win. Zelenskyy did say he'll step down as the head of Ukraine for NATO membership. Great, because that won't piss off the Russians and lead us closer to war.
Right?
It's great. That's great. Yeah, Turd Burglar says, I'll gladly give you good stories tomorrow for a little gold today. Well, I don't know. I should rephrase that. I feel like they've been great today. I feel like they've been really awesome. I feel on today as well, but I can't ignore the fact that, you know, the money train ain't exactly pulling into the station during a lot of this stuff. So the closer we get to 9:55, the more nervous it makes me. And I go, abandon it, get rid of it, fuck it, see what works, throw us money, dance, hat, cane, you know, vaudeville. I want to knock it out. I can't My ego's wrapped up in it now. I can't miss. We had a perfect week. Like when you have a perfect week and it's damn near flawless, you're like, okay, let's just be that forever. So like, yeah, this part sucks. I hate this part. It's my least favorite part of doing the show. I just love doing my show. So you guys, everybody, $5. We're good. Solid. Streamlabs.
It's all done.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Come on, boys and girls. I need some help. We got more plane problems. Delta again.
Uh-oh.
I tell you what, man, it's like every day there's either a plane crashes, a plane flips over, a bunch of rowdy people in the airport are punching each other on the jetway to the flight, or we have something going on inside the plane. I'm guessing that flying now, with the amount of news that's been coming out, is probably more stressful than it's been in a long time.
Yeah, because the minute something seems like it's going wrong, you're like, oh, fuck, we're all going to die.
We're all going to die. It's over. This was the video from inside a Delta flight that got rerouted back to Atlanta. Let me pull my monitor back up because I've been pounding on the table in frustration so much today of being a failure that I actually fucking have one of my monitors is leaning off the table because I've been such a fucking hack failure today monetarily that I had to, that I almost broke my TV. Yeah, without good old JR's $100 drop in, we've had one of our most pathetic days ever. So I really appreciate him dropping in. We could use a couple more of you helping out the program. All right, this is this is a flight rerouted back to Atlanta. Take a look.
Damn, dude, how many of y'all are smoking in that motherfucker?
This is Soul Plane. I'm surprised that these people are actually, like, staying so calm. Because, like, to me, this would be fucking panic time for sure.
Why aren't the oxygen masks down?
Right. This is no time to be reasonable. It's time to start making this motherfucker look like a Spirit flight, if you don't mind.
It looks like a lot of empty seats, though. Oh, wait, never mind.
No, you just can't see through the smoke.
Yep, it's the smoke's fault.
That's what my uncle always used to say.
We are being evacuated off of the plane. We are being evacuated off of the plane.
You know what it was? They found out what it was. Chicken farts. People had chicken for dinner on the plane, and everyone was just cutting gassers. And that
there was a haze to the air with it?
Well, yeah, that's the fucking comedy you get when I'm 130 short and I'm feeling bitter that I'm going to fail. I hate that. I hate starting off the day great, and then I'm like, we're way short, and I'm like, you know what? Chicken fart jokes. That's what we're doing. Chicken fart jokes.
No recording. I recorded the whole time. I recorded the evacuation and all. Yeah.
So what the...
Y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna play with me.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna play with me. Let me ask something. What are you gonna do? If the plane fills up with smoke, these motherfuckers ain't gonna play with me. Hey, lady, you're in God's hands. All right? This ain't no like, oh, I'm a bad bitch from the ghetto. I'm putting up with this shit. If that plane decides to drop 35,000 feet, you know,
don't get to rewrite the laws of gravity.
Nobody cares that you ain't that bitch to fuck with.
Just wait a minute, we're trying to find the pilot.
I want to know what the hell could cause. Yeah, I want to know what the hell could cause something like that.
Snoop Dogg?
The Boeing 717 aircraft was en route to Columbia, South Carolina Monday when haze inside the aircraft was reported. There were 2 pilots and 3 flight attendants aboard. All were safe and sound. A spokesperson for the International Airport in Atlanta said airfield operations are normal at this time. The incident is being investigated. So they have no idea why there was haze inside this plane.
The plane's just burning. It's fine.
Jesus Christ.
How much are you looking forward to your next airplane ride, man?
I'm not going to take one for a while. I'm going to let everything just kind of settle, I think,
Seems
for a little
like
bit.
a good idea.
Yeah. Eagle of America says, if the plane does go down, just jump when it hits the ground. That's a good point. That's how you stop that shit. Thank you very much, Lab Glass, with $20. That's fucking huge. Thank you so much. He says, credit. Boy, do we fucking need it. 120 away from today's goal. I'm nervous as shit, guys. I ain't going to lie to you that we're not going to hit today. So I would really appreciate a rally. Lab Glass throwing in 20. I'm just asking you guys to throw in 5 or 10 apiece until we get this thing knocked out. There's Ryan the Garbage Man with $5. He says, hey, fuckheads, donate now. Atta kid. And then Timothy with $25 says, good thing I'm flying Sun Country Friday. You know, that's not something people usually say.
Why would it be a good thing? Because, like, Delta, Sun Country, don't they both fly Boeing?
Usually when you're flying Sun Country, you're like, look, it was the cheapest flight, no frills. What are you going to do?
Well, what's the difference now? The cheapest flight, the most expensive flight, they're both falling out of the fucking sky.
All made in Taiwan. No, I like Sun Country. People shit on Sun Country because it's so cheap, but it's like if you're just someone who, look, I just want to get in a plane and I want to go to my destination and I want to go point A to point B, Sun Country's great. It's pretty cheap. You know, I prefer Delta, but sometimes Sun Country, they're a regional carrier here out of Minnesota, and sometimes the numbers are just so reasonable that you can't help it.
You just got to go with Sun Country.
Yeah, I'm a Delta man, though. Zen Man with $1 says, just open the window. Quite a few problems solved. Yeah, all that haze building up. Could somebody crack a window in this fucking plane?
Yeah, because when you have a possible fire, what you want it to have is air.
Yeah, we don't know what's causing the haze yet. That's the problem. $90 away from today's goal. Fuck it in the ass. Let's go. Thank you, Timothy, for the 25.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
And thank you, of course, to Lab Glass with the 20.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
All right, guys, follow Timothy and Lab Glass. Let's get this fucking hammered out. $90 away. I rattled the cans in your face for the last hour here. And in 7 minutes, I'm going to rattle them again unless we can get that 90 taken care of. Thank you guys very much, again, for your contributions. Very kind of you. A couple more of those 25s. We're good to go. We've got 7 minutes until we got to rattle the cans, so we can really do any one of these. Oh, my baby. We got one more clip from the Breakfast Club today from my baby Jasmine Crockett. Why do I give her bigger stripper names every time?
I have no idea. But did you think Jasmine Crockett is a stripper name?
No, but I always call her like Destiny Crockett or Spicy Crockett or whatever the fuck I call her.
So wait a minute, you can't look at a beautiful black lady and not think, she's a stripper.
No, can you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's still a safe bet, but I mean, it's like, I can believe there's other possibilities.
I don't, I just thought that if you saw a black woman and you went, oh, stripper name, it was forgivable because of my white upbringing. No. I thought that was the case. Auto Glass Guy gifting a membership. Thank you, Auto Glass Guy. 85 away from today's goal. Keep it up. Keep it going. Throw money at the toe. Let's do this thing. Richard Head with terrible advice for flyers. He says, just fly Spirit. No. Don't fly Spirit. Listen to what this unpatriotic woman is saying about the United States sitting congresswoman. Listen to what she has to say about this beautiful country of ours.
Really been the one to call it out. The fact that I'm rooting for Canada and I'm rooting for Mexico a lot is really wild, but they are really...
I agree, it is. What the shit, lady? I mean...
I was going to say, is this new? We got Congress people who are like, I'm a daughter of Somalia. So now we got her like, I'm rooting for Mexico.
Yeah.
And I'm rooting for Canada.
I mean, if you're getting paid, then that's something else. That's totally fine if Canada, and Mexico bought your services. But if you're rooting for them for free, I'm starting to feel a little cheated here.
The ones that are speaking truth to power right now, they can see what it is. And they were like, we are not messing with this crazy.
Wait. Are you saying that Mexico's government
Thank you.
is speaking truth to... You understand that at least half of the Mexican government and military is owned by the cartels. And whenever the government mounts an offensive against the cartels or they send the military after the cartels, they just pay that commanding officer a metric shit ton of American drug addict money to buy that force, and then they just become part of the cartels. So... Mexico is speaking truth to power. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Justin Trudeau in Canada, is Governor Trudeau not stepping down because of a controversial corruption scheme that he's been running?
I believe that is correct.
So I got to say, I mean, speaking truth to power, I'm not saying that Donald Trump is a working class hero or anything like that, but Canada and Mexico? Oh, Destiny Crockett or Jasmine Crockett. Oh, Sugar Tits Crockett. Oh, Cinnamon Crockett.
Oh, Sapphire Crockett.
I got to tell you, too, she's not bad looking either. She's cute.
No, she's cute as fuck.
And I'm not I'm not that way.
I don't like the frickin' stripper nails, but apparently that's a thing. So for you ladies.
She holding it down for her district, y'all.
From Mar-a-Lago and basically calling them thugs. That's what it is. But I'm like, y'all knew
that should be hot in the streets, though, shouldn't it? Is she calling Donald Trump a thug and then praising the Mexican government, the cartel people?
It does sort of seem that way, but you'd have to be straight tarded to do that.
Is she really going, hey, I got to call out Donald Trump for being a thug. Oh, yeah, do you? What else? And I'm rooting for the Mexican government.
Because they're speaking truth to power.
Okay.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
It's a good thing I put that up there, totally by accident, but Doorman with $25.
Thank you.
He says, hurry up with the show so you can get back to the Amazon warehouse and ship me my Johnny the Fonz action figure, crutches not included. Got a good point. I mean, I really should get back to that.
The Fonz?
Hey.
I'm Johnny the Fonz now?
Yeah, Johnny the Fonz. I like that. That's a good radio name. Hey, guys, $60 away from today's goal. See, I knew you could do it. You've got it down there. You've got it down to 60. Let's finish this thing off.
I believe in you.
Knock it out the rest of the way, boys and girls. It's always a slog to get to that goal in the morning. Not so much in the evening, but it's always a slog to get there in the morning. But you guys can do it. Carlos Cameo says Trudeau quit because he was super unpopular. He quit and the party went back up in the polls, leading to the Canadian election this year. Oh, shit. Yeah. You know what? Richard Head with a great point on the flights. He says Spirit had no crashes, just fistfights. That's a good point, dude. You don't see those yellow sky.
So if you can avoid getting punched, you're okay.
I mean, even then, I'll take that over crashing.
I mean, I guess until we see a bright yellow Airbus in the ground, they actually have a point.
Yeah.
It's like the physical human violence keeps the plane together.
Oh, my God. The only reason the plane gets to its destination is from black people punches. Huh.
We're running low on fuel. Tyrone, fix the problem.
Dive Bar says the evening crew is drunk and easy to give up money. They also have, it's a 900 group of people to 300. I mean, you guys kind of have an advantage there, too. All right, guys, $60 away, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go. $60 away. Everybody throwing in a little bit of cash to the old toe. Let's drop it in. I mean, shit. Couple bucks at a time. We got this thing hammered out. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We got plenty to do the rest of the way here this morning. We've got lots. Oh, we got a guy who's choosing the what do you call it? Oh, fucking hell. The way to die. The shooting, the firing squad.
Oh, dude, he's taking the firing squad way out?
That guy's my favorite. He's picking the fire. He's like, you want to kill me? Guess what? You're going to blow my fucking head off. I like this guy. We're going to get to that in overtime today. We got Ron DeSantis wants to get rid of the property tax in Florida. Don Lemon getting in a bitch fight with Megyn Kelly. And we've actually got 2 death row stories today. We got a couple of them on the program. So let's get to overtime. We've got 4 minutes left. We're $60 away. Let's do it. Everybody throwing in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rant, Super Chats, gifted memberships, and all that shit. Let's go ahead and hammer it out. $60 is nothing. Thank you guys so much for rallying up in this last hour and getting us to such a manageable number. Push that last little chunk of the way in, and we got it. And we got it. Throw it in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If we get inside of 50, we add another 30 minutes to the begging session. So let's all go in and throw in and make it another win for the toe. 3 minutes to go. We're 2 minutes into our rally and 0 rally thus far. Let's go. We can't miss by 60. I'm missing by 60. Jesus Christ. I mean, that would be dreadful. That would be a cancerous statement on this program. A little over 2.5 minutes to go. Let's do it. Aaron, your thoughts on Cumia going back to radio? I think that's great. I think that's awesome. As someone who's talking to a couple different people, I can understand he's probably been going through that for a long time. It takes quite a long time. Adam Simon with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Although I have had more conversations over the weekend than I've had in a while. So things are heating up. You just have to have patience. It's a struggling industry. You got to get creative. That's for certain. All right, guys, $60 away. Thank you, Adam Simon, for the gifted membership. 2 minutes left. Nothing. Come on. Guys, we're too close. We're $60 away. Let's hammer this thing out. I was just kind of assuming. See, when you assume, you make an asshole out yourself. I was assuming we'd be doing overtime today. I mean, we've got less than 2 minutes.
It's looking dangerous.
Guys.
It's not that far. We can do this.
$60. Let's do this thing. Chip in. I don't know how else to say it. I think I've said it every way you can say it this morning. Throw in a few bucks. Jesus, take the wheel. We're in your hands now. We got 1.5 minutes left to go, and we're $60 away. If you have generosity towards the toe or love for the toe, even your $2 and $5 drops help us out a ton. We've got 1:15 to go. We've had 1 gifted membership during the rally moment. When we get inside of 100, I kind of feel safe. And 95% of the time, that's accurate. But, times like that. Today's been a very nerve-wracking day.
Tug of war day with the goal.
1 minute away. Throw in Streamlabs, PayPal. Holy fuck. Last week was perfect. We barely got to this 5-minute deal.
Right.
Last week. Guys, we need you. Zenman Builds with $10 says, why would you go back to a dying medium? Because I'm a sucker and I love it. I'm a sucker and I love it.
If it pays the bills and we don't do this, fuck you.
Yeah, and then we don't have to beg anymore. Fuck, that would be nice. This is embarrassing. I'm a piece of shit. $55. Glabglass says you haven't said please. Oh my God. 20 seconds left. Please contribute to the show. $55 away. Please give us a few bucks. We've only made $7.50 during this rally. King Kong Dong with $1 says, this is my $5th of the day, you sluts. There we go. All right, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're 55 away, bro.
What do you want to do, man?
We fucking died during that alleged rally. Oh, Toad Climbs Mountain with $5 says, take my 5. I'll waste it on something anyway, I think is what he meant to say.
Thank you, Toads.
All right, well, we're inside of 50. I mean, we'll keep it going. This is not another win for the toe. This is an embarrassment for the toe, quite frankly. I did not deliver today. We need that $50. Let's knock it out. I mean, we don't need that. We need that $50 to get down to 0. I'm not saying a $50 miss is like killing us or anything. It's always a pride thing for me. You know?
Let's do it. We're that close. Let's just do the damn thing. What do we got to go for the next half hour while we go? Or are we going to...
Basically me begging for money until we hit 50.
All right.
Trying to distract us with a story every once in a while, little razzmatazz, little, here you go. And then what this is really about is just please, 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 please.
I understand.
Labglass said we didn't hit the goal because I didn't say please. I just said please 5,000 times.
Pretty sure we've said please throughout the day.
I've been very nice.
I don't want to doubt Labglass. He's a big supporter of
They
our show.
don't. They don't want me to be nice and polite. They just want me to be entertaining, and I haven't fit the bill today. That's all. So I'm just extending this 30 minutes literally as a money grab, being very honest with you. Knock out that $50. Let's call this a win for the toe. We had our big 5-minute rally. We made $10 fucking dollars. I'm a failure. I'm hanging on by that. I'm hanging on like that. That's not true. I'm sorry. I do this. Patrick with $50 says, from the wife's cancer fund, you whiner. Don't do that. Now
they are afraid.
Yeah, they're going to die of cancer, but thank you, Patrick.
But guess what? That's $50, so.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, there's $5 from Nifa. Says when this says thank you for the $5. All right, we knocked it out. It's another win for the toe. Thank you guys very much. Now Das Optic Nerve says R.I.P. Patrick's wife. No, that's not. I'll give it back. I'll give
His wife's life? It's already been taken.
Don't say it's fun. You know what? Every dono the rest of the week should just say this is from
a cancer fund or something.
Yeah, somebody's cancer fund or tuberculosis fund, or I stole this from the Children's Hospital.
Kailu's charity.
That would be really funny. Well, guess what, guys? You knocked it out. It's, I guess, allegedly another win for the toe, although it was a really messy, beggy, pleady win for the toe. But hey, we've had a lot of
minutes of beg-free overtime.
We've had a lot of those the past 3 years, and we'll have a lot more of them. A lot more of them. Jesus, now. Chad Buzamak says this wasn't a win. That's a fair point. That's a fair point, Chad Buzamak. In no way, in any language or culture, could you call this a win. Literally, a woman had to die from cancer for you to get this dub. I've officially killed. The goal has officially killed somebody.
I was holding it together like, no, it's a win. It's a win. Literally, a woman died from cancer. I'm like, oh.
The goal has officially, it can no longer say that it's a victimless thing, because the goal has officially killed a woman. That woman with cancer didn't complain about cancer as much as we complain about the goal.
And it killed her.
We've officially committed murder. How does it feel?
Thought it'd feel dirtier.
I got to say, kind of
made me think it was a lot more hands-on.
Kind of makes me feel like God. I got to be honest. That's probably a mental problem.
I don't know if the boner is coincidental or causality.
That's
I don't
too
know,
much.
But,
That's too much. I'm gonna disavow. I don't believe in Johnny. It's disgusting to say that it gives you an erection.
I didn't say that. I said I couldn't tell where it came from.
Plausible deniability. I get it. Let's find out how we get rid of property taxes. You know what? I look at this guy now. I'll admit to you, I look at him differently than I did 4 years ago.
How so?
I just don't see the same guy. I just kind of see a Weasley guy. I see an insurance salesman. I used to look at him and be like, I think I want this guy to be in charge. I look at him now and I kind of just see a weasel.
Uh-oh.
I really
think
think
the varnish wore off and now he's a politician.
I think Trump broke him. I think Trump beat him and that wrecks him. It's kind of like in the sport of boxing when you have a prospect and you build him up and you have him fight tomato cans and he gets like to 25-0 and then he's going to face his first contender. And you're like, wow, this guy's on his way. He's the next Floyd Mayweather, whatever. And some guy just pieces him up and crushes him, and that guy's never the same again. I feel like that's what happened to Ron DeSantis, because people were of two minds with DeSantis. They said he should run in 2024. He's the heir apparent to MAGA. You know, Trump after January 6th is finished. Then they were like, no, he should wait. He should be Trump's running mate, and then he should run in 2028. That would be his time.
Right.
I think he was fucked either way, to be completely honest with you, because Ryan the Garbage Man with $5 says, cup your boobies.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
You mean like this? I can't really cup my boobies. People think I have bigger boobs than I do. I can't get under my boobs to cup them.
Well, it's because of the photos that have been circulating, that have been getting around.
I'm sorry. I can't. I have uncuppable breasts. I apologize for that. Maybe, you know what it is?
Mine are sadly barely cuppable.
You know what it is? Big hands.
Big hand. There it is. It's
big hands. So, look, I think DeSantis was fucked either way. If he picked 2024, Trump steamrolled him like he did. If he would have picked 2028, the varnish, as you said, would have worn off because he wouldn't be the COVID. Nobody would give a shit that he was the COVID guy.
Right.
Like DeSantis' whole thing was, I'm the COVID guy. Remember COVID? I was the guy who said, fuck COVID. In 2028, no one's going to care. So now he's just kind of stuck running Florida and just being let's be honest, a really good governor. One of the best. But here's his newest plan in Florida to get rid of property tax. This would be fucking sweet.
Dude, I was thinking about moving when I read the title.
Right.
Higher taxes, such as higher property taxes, to pay for these spending habits. And, these property taxes, it's like you buy a home, you buy land, maybe you buy the home outright, but maybe you pay off a mortgage over 30 years. And then, okay, you've paid off the mortgage, you bought the land, you've been taxed many times. It's like, is it your property or not?
Thank you. Finally. It's nice to hear a politician say this for once, because this is what every homeowner talks about. I pay off my mortgage.
Yep.
I have, I pay off my mortgage, and then you can still take my home away if I don't pay these property taxes.
Exactly. It's fucked up and wrong. I thought I owned it. I thought I just paid $200,000 to buy this miserable piece of shit.
Yeah.
What's going on?
By the way, Plankton with $5 says, I am Patrick, and I promise you, she never complained about having lung, brain, liver, and spinal cancer like you complain about the goal. So, Pete, what are you dying of that's keeping you from the goal? Well, feels like shame right now, mostly. It's mostly shame. Thank you, Plankton. I appreciate it. I appreciate
Chuck Norris.
I appreciate your honesty, pal. But no, I mean, that's the other thing. Like, home equity is the same way. Like, you pay into your home. It's technically yours. They measure your home. I didn't know this. They measure your home equity and the value of your home in your net worth.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say you have $150,000 in equity in your home. You're worth $150,000. But if you try to make that equity liquid, you have to borrow. You have to borrow it. They will loan your equity to you and make you pay it back. Again, this is money you have in your home. You can't take it out. You have to borrow your own. You have to borrow against the equity in your own home. It's fucking insanity, man.
It just seems like a lot of people are like, hey, man, I don't want to rent. I want to own. And it's like, but isn't owning just a weirder form of renting?
I'm going to tell you this. If you don't have children, don't buy a home. Don't.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I think the only reason to buy a home is not even so your children have somewhere to live, is that so when you die, your children have a nice, huge, 6-figure inheritance, and they can do something with that,
The biggest issue has been, although I don't know how much that an issue is now, but it's always been that it's been more expensive to rent than it is to like mortgage and buy if you can.
True. I mean, that's a good point. But,
what's happened with that, though?
If you have kids, I would say renting, you're just throwing your money down a black hole when you could be investing in your future and, creating generational wealth. But if you don't have kids, what's the point, right? Mm-hmm. You just got a driveway that you've got to shovel and snowblow by yourself. You've got a garage and a whole house that you need to maintain. You've got appliances that you need to pay for and maintain, electric bills, water bills, all kinds of shit. Why not just rent an apartment where it's all rolled in?
But then you got to hear the neighbors bang. It's horrible.
Well, saves on Wi-Fi, Got something to whack off to. It's kind of nice. Saves you on hookers, you know. It's kind of.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't get a hooker. I got to listen to the neighbors pound.
Well, and then think about it. You know, people pay $200, $300, $400, $500 a month in property taxes. It's rolled into your mortgage. You know, you take that money, you don't tax. Here's the thing about taxes. If you get oh my God, breaking news. God loves us for overtime. Keith Olbermann has posted a statement on the firing of Joy Reid.
Oh, thank you, Christ. This is going to be awesome.
We get Olbermann today before the show. But no, Social Security, property taxes, income taxes, all of that. What I always think about is if you got rid of those taxes, and you let those people keep that money and they invested it in the economy, what the hell would that do to our economy? Because we know
probably fix a few problems,
right? We know from DOGE that the federal government just takes your tax money and sets it on fire. But if you give people their money back, even let's say they don't invest it, let's say they don't invest and the stock market doesn't go apeshit, they're going to buy shit with it. They're going to start businesses with it. They're going to support other people's businesses with it. I would much rather see that $300 a month or that thousands of dollars a month people pay in property taxes, and not property taxes, income taxes.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see that go to work in the economy rather than just go into the black hole that is government. That would be great. But
yep, that'd be awesome.
But again, having what's his name? Ron DeSantis. I almost called him Elon Musk. Having Ron DeSantis say, hey, let's get rid of property taxes. Let's see if we can do that. That's a good idea. That, I keep thinking to myself, hey, this shit'll never happen. But now I start hearing people in power talking about it happening, things I never thought would happen. I'm like, why the fuck not? Why shouldn't we give it a shot?
Right.
That would be
but
great.
The worst part is I know it won't happen here.
Let's go to Dive Bar. He says you should look up the bequeathing tax and the gift tax and then rethink your statement. Bequeathing. That sounds like something, when you get a little air trapped in the... However, if the owner of the asset were to pass away and bequeath it to someone else, the tax basis of the asset would be adjusted to reflect the asset's value at the time of the decedent's death. Oh, that's fucking dirty.
Yep.
If the owner of the asset, that's like if you don't have kids and you bequeath it to someone else. If you say, hey, here you go.
Okay.
Oh, that's fucking dirty. Generally, recipient of a bequest is not taxable. Wait, this says it's not taxable. This is good news as many individuals fear they will owe income tax merely for receiving a bequest. Well, that's conflicting. This says if you bequeath something, it's how can I inherit?
Non-taxable.
While state laws differ from inheritance taxes, an inheritance must exceed a certain threshold to be taxable. For federal taxes as of 2024, if the total estate is under $13.61 million for an individual or $27.22 million for a married couple, there's no need to worry about estate taxes. Sweet.
Huh.
I think my parents come in just under $22 million net worth.
Really?
Yeah. I think they just barely. I'll have to check on some of those investments, but I think they're going to make it under the 22 million part. No, buy a house when you're single and dump all that extra money into the principal so you burn years off the house. Just Joy says, no, it includes your kids, Dumbo. It's not what it says. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just reading
you what's on the screen.
I searched it. You told me, did he not tell me to search it?
Right.
I'm telling you, if the total estate is under 13 point, it depends. Now, you could say, well, the state you live in has an estate tax. Okay, there you go. Minnesota,
tax.
Estate tax. The estate tax in Minnesota ranges from 13 to 16%. Fucking of course it does.
Right.
It applies to estates worth more than $3 million. That's not a lot. Like, if you own an expensive house and you have some investment accounts, you can get up to $3 million.
Yep.
I mean, and then you got someone taking a, $300,000 chunk of that from the state for what? Here's what bothers me about that. 13 to 16% for a $3 million estate. Okay. All you're going to do is make sure that those families that have like 3.6 million, you're just going to encourage frivolous spending. They're going to try and get it to 2.9 before they die.
Or they might be encouraged to if they have the option to move.
And not only that, but like 13 to 16%. What the fuck did the state do to get that 13 to 16%? Please tell me what you did. What service you're going to provide.
This is what I love about DOGE. I'm hoping more and more people are going to have that attitude. Just, what did you do with all of this money? Because that is the one thing I am so pissed that we do not have just shit tons of people like in this state going, what the hell did you do with all of that money? We had this surplus. You gave us nothing, and then you lost the rest of it.
Chevy fan says, Aaron is definitely an only child waiting on inheritance. No, I am not an only child waiting on inheritance.
I'm soon to be the victim of multiple deaths in the family waiting on an inheritance.
I have a sister who's not the healthiest person in the world. She's younger than me, but I'm hoping my parents can hang in there till she croaks. No, that's not it at all. I hope my parents live a long, productive, healthy life. I would rather I have them around till they're 103 in good health and have $0 than inherit. I'll be honest with you. Maybe I'm old school. I don't know if my parents have any money or not. I have no clue.
I know mine don't.
That's nice to know.
I know mine don't. Like, that's the whole thing. The whole thing I'm worried about is like when my parents croak, how many phone calls am I going to get? That's the worst.
I just know that mine own, a house in the suburbs, and they, retired baker, retired kitchen manager at a high school, both with pensions, and 401ks and shit. My mother was a daughter of her mother. My grandma had 7 kids. Good money in that family. Grandma died with a couple of bucks in her pocket. I know that.
That's nice.
But
it's not easy to do with 7 kids.
No, well, and then you have to. That sucks though. Like, I'm glad my parents only had 2 kids because I watched when my grandma died. I watched kind of
the family fight over the money.
Not even necessarily fighting, just like you have 7 people. So like shit went into a trust. Like they own a lot of properties. Like there's a lake property that's still in the family and all that stuff. And it's like, nobody did anything wrong. Nobody did anything bad, but it's 7 people with an equal percentage and they're all trying to make decisions. And it's nobody has to do anything wrong. Nobody has to do anything bad. Nobody has to be mean or evil or bad.
Too many people are conflicting.
Too many cooks. Yeah. Just way too many people. That's Chevy or Turd Burglar says kitchen manager. Is that like sanitation engineer? No, her actual title was more gay and lofty than that. I just say kitchen manager because that's like the yeoman's way of saying it. Hers was like food service management coordinator or
Hoagies
some
and
shit.
grinders. Hoagies and grinders.
It was, yeah,
Navy
it was
beans, Navy beans.
basically what my mom would always call it is she said, I was the head lunch lady in charge. That was it. Like that was how she phrased her title. I was the lunch lady in charge. And for many years, she was just a lunch lady. Then the other lunch lady retired and she got the office, I remember one of my fondest memories of walking into my mother's office was when I was in 8th grade and the Timberwolves lost to the Lakers in the playoffs. And I told my friends, we're going to beat the Lakers this year. And if we don't, I'll shave my head. And they said the Lakers are going to kick the shit out of us. And we'll shave our heads if the Timberwolves win. And I said, got yourself a goddamn deal. Timberwolves lost. My friends fucking bicked my head. Like, we didn't shave my head. Like, they got a disposable Bic, shaving cream, boom. I used to have a big mole right back here.
Right.
And you can't see it with my hair covering it, and they cut the fucker.
Nailed it.
I don't know if you know this, but if you cut a mole, it bleeds like
hell.
a stuck hog.
Oh, didn't it hurt? Isn't there a bunch of nerves in that shit?
No, it didn't hurt. I mean, it hurt when they cut it, like in that cutting
Clean
your
off.
skin hurts, but not like exceptionally bad. But I remember it leaked. I looked like a wrestler who had bladed because you also had the water and the shaving cream, so it was running quite a bit.
So did you freak your mom out when you came in with a shaven head and a bloody mess?
No. It was the next day because it was a sleepover. You know, just a bunch of guys whacking off together, shaving heads. So we, I told my dad.
First part seems a little weird.
I told my dad about it, and he goes, "Look, your mother's going to kill you. We're going to go to her work. We're going to show her what you did, and you're going to get her a gift. It's going to come out of your allowance, your pocket." And my mom was a big SpongeBob SquarePants fan. And so I got her a SpongeBob SquarePants crazy sprinkler for her garden. And I brought it to her with a hat on. But you can kind of see that someone's bald when they have a hat on. Like you can tell the sides and everything. She's like, "Oh my God, what did you do?" And I had to go into her office. And she was yelling at me about getting my head shaved with the door closed to her office. But all the lunch ladies, it was glass windows.
Hear you getting your shit?
No, they're looking in. Like they can see me getting yelled at because my friends shaved my head. It was bad. Bad news. That was my number one memory of being in the office. Although, man, you went to Roseville High School at the right time. You know, my head lunch lady mom had the hookup. We get a decent meal out of the deal.
Nice.
Some days when my dad was home from work, I would just play hooky from school. My dad and I would go to mom's work in the morning, get a little high school breakfast, and then we'd head off. If the Twins had a day game, we'd head off to the Twins game. This is like April, May, when school was still in.
Jesus, man.
Nice. My parents really didn't hold me accountable for enough. Now that
that didn't have any bad side effects at all.
No.
Turned out like such a.
By the way, thank you guys for knocking out that $60 as I sat here and screamed about it. I appreciate it. See, it didn't have any negative effects. $1.39 over on PayPal from Joy Reid is a gay bowling ball. I can't read the last two words.
Interesting. Oh, didn't we still have Keith Olbermann to talk about Joy Reid?
Holy shit, we still got Keith Olbermann. All right, fuck Don
and
Lemon.
Here we are on a freaking lunch lady tour of your memory.
Well, that's because we were talking about inheritance. And I was talking about Aaron inheriting the Imholt
fortune.
The Imholt family fortune, yeah, of course.
Mom was a lunch lady. My inheritance was pizza. I ate it already.
I've got bad news. Keith Olbermann responded via tweets.
Oh.
I think Keith responded via either that or Mediaite. If I go on Twitter right now and search Keith Olbermann, Joy Reid, and there's an easily accessible clip, but
what are you going to do?
Here. Keith, it's just going to prove that Mediaite's the shittiest website there is. Keith Olbermann, Joy Reid.
I would agree.
Nope. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yep. Here we go. Keith's got a 30-second clip. Here we are. All right, Keith. Hey, and you know what? You know why I think they fired Joy Reid for real?
Why?
They are afraid.
Right?
I think so. All right, let's check it out. Keith Olbermann on Joy Reid's firing.
The firing of Joy Reid by MSNBC, of course it was racist. MSNBC has only ever had 4 women of color solo anchor their own shows.
I mean, but that's a lot. I mean, have you ever, like, if you listen to Joy Reid or Alex Wagner or what was that professor's name they had? God, she was fucking insufferable.
I can't even think
of
that.
Oh, remember the one who put that picture up of Mitt Romney and said one of these things is not like the other because they adopted a black baby? Oh, what was that bitch's name? I used to watch her every Sunday because I would get a kick out of her. She was like the more calm Joy Reid. Somebody will have it when I go back into the chat. But if you listen to him, like, it grades on you. Like, There's only 4 women of color that have had their own MSNBC shows. Right, because one of them's Joy Reid. And they watch Joy Reid and they go, oh, shit, we don't want to do that again. So I don't know if it's racist, Keith. Although, good point, Rachel Maddow makes way more money. They could have balanced the books by cutting her loose.
Right?
And they've now fired all 4 of them. They've also just fired Alex Wagner. How many protests?
She's a person of color. She's an Asian chick. How is that not
he's making?
Yeah.
Do you expect to hear from Maddow and O'Donnell and all the rest? It stinks.
He's saying that the rest of them won't speak up because
they are afraid.
Although he's got to give Maddow a little bit of an apology because she spoke up. She just was wrong about everything. You know? He did tweet about Rachel Maddow. Keith did say, Dear Maddow, if you go on the air tonight, or at minimum go on without condemning the overt racism of the people who give you $25 million a year, you are complicit. Same for you, Lawrence O'Donnell and Chris Hayes. Protest, or you are all Joe Scarborough. You know what? I want Keith back. There's only one man that can save us, and I think it's Keith Olbermann.
I'll tell you this, MSNBC could probably get some ratings if they brought Keith back.
What is old Joe making? Joe makes $8 million a year. God, MSNBC is overpaying everyone. Chris Hayes' salary. Oh, it's not clear what his salary is. He might, you know what? He might just this says
he's smart enough to keep it under his hat.
This says he makes $2 million a year. He was making less than Joy Reid. Lawrence O'Donnell salary. $4 million a year. Wow. How the fuck does Rachel Maddow end up with so much more than them? She's no better. She does similar viewership, and she's making 8 times what these fuckers are making.
Like I said, man, the theory I heard, and the more stuff you pull up, the more I'm like, well, this actually makes that theory make sense. She's got to have something that she's like leveraging for this.
How have people not dressed in blackface to apply for a job at MSNBC? Holy shit. You have $4 million a year. Just being blackety black and you're black, y'all. Dr. Silverwolf becoming a member for 33 months says, did they shave your head before or after the blanket jerk-off session? Well, you always do it before. God, it's like you guys have never done a head-shaving jerk session. Fucking amateurs. Papa Shab says, being Joe Scarborough, they could never get away with killing a secretary in their respective offices. Oh, you know what? I think that's a perfect one to end on. Thank you very much, Papa Shab. And thank you to all of you for putting up with me today, knocking out the goal, contributing to the show, killing your wife in order to give us $50. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. And I'm going to go drink the guilt away. No, I'm going to go to the gym and have a damn fine day. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, thank you as well.
You're very welcome.
I'm pointing at you threateningly while I thank you. Johnny will be back at, check this out, 1 o'clock this afternoon. 1 p.m. for Johnny. I might try doing the evening show at 6 tonight.
Didn't you used to do it earlier, but then you moved it for football or some shit?
I don't remember, but I will say this, 6 to 8, a lot of people were excited about it yesterday when I brought it up. The goal is really small tonight. It's like half what it usually is. So I think today might be the day to test out 6 to 8 p.m.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you guys very much. Very kind of you. Just Kidding LLC on Twitch,
YouTube,
Rumble, and YouTube. Be sure to check out Johnny's show today, 1 p.m. on those platforms. Everybody else, take it easy. Have a good one, and we will be back tonight.